All right, we'll start off with any opening board comments. Mr. Thomas, do you want to go first this time?
Well, I sure appreciate that. I only have one, as a matter of fact. Last week I attended the Sheriff's Awards dinner, and I just want to say the heroism and professionalism displayed by our public safety people that was mentioned during the awards should make everybody in the county proud. We've got a great staff, and as I've said before, Sheriff Mosier is without a doubt the best sheriff we've ever had. So I appreciate that, and that's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Seeley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to echo the sentiments of the award ceremony from the Sheriff's Office. The stories on each of the award recipients was just beyond anybody's imagination. Sometimes we just take for granted when we see a sheriff's vehicle, but some of the stories and the scenes behind the scene are just absolutely incredible. And I just want to thank him and his whole department for a great job and for all they do for the community. Not to say that that the fire and rescue chief isn't just his hero, but the stories they told were really something. I also attended the Little League opening evening, which was a beautiful night, and I could not get over the number of participants in Little League. It is truly amazing. Their ceremony was wonderful, and there were games starting right after. So Little League season is open and underway. And those are my opening board comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Ms. Long?
Yes. Thank you. I will just add that I was really pleased that we had such a good turnout of board members at the awards banquet that the sheriff gave. And what I really enjoyed this year were the citizens that they recognized, that Sheriff Moser recognized, and the appreciation they show. And we all have to remember to appreciate and give a little kindness whenever we can and lend a helping hand whenever we can. They can't do everything by themselves. So keep them all in your thoughts and prayers and keep them safe. So thank you very much. It was a wonderful evening, Sheriff.
All right, thank you. Mr. Underwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like the other board members, I too attended the award ceremony for our fine sheriff's office and responders, and I can tell you there's a lot of work that goes on in the county that behind the scenes that we really don't see, and you really don't think about it until you're in need of a first responder. So I personally want to thank the sheriffs and their department, because they are truly doing a lot with a few. And I think, hoping tonight that you will begin to take a look at what it is that they need in order to continue to give us the quality service and to meet the demand of the community. Secondly, I had Mr. Cully prepare a sheet that I sent out to all the board members. And Mr. Cully, I'm going to ask if we can get a slide made of this for a meeting or later on for the meeting, because I want people to see that there's always a comment about the board not putting their money where their mouth is. And so I happened to ask Mr. Cully to look at this budget for sheriff's office, for fire and rescue, for schools, which are probably our major three departments. And you can see in 2024, the state share to schools was $24,584,000. The local share was $9 million to schools. If you look at 2025, actually 2026 right now, the budget from the state schools has gone up to $43,480,000. The local match from the county is $18,629,000. So when you look at the numbers, the question is, how great a number are you going to see tonight from the fire and the sheriff's office when we talk about the number of calls that they're going to, with basically the same amount of, I think maybe 10 more deputies than they had in 2014 or 15. So I want you to pay attention to that, because you'll see that the school ADM budget was 4,200 students in 2015. Their actual ADM number was 4,156 in 2015. The ADM budget last year was 4,320. In a 10-year period, you're talking about a difference of 120 kids. But you're talking about $40+ million in spending. So I want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. I want each department for us to ensure that each department has what it needs to reach excellence. And that should be our goal for every department within the county. And I think we need to really start taking a hard look at, what does the data say? What is the data telling us about where we need to spend our money? Because right now, I'll tell you, our sheriff and our first responders need support from us. The times are changing, and over the last 3 weeks, I think the sheriff and his officers and his department have done an excellent job of solving some serious crimes in the county. And whether you like it or not, we are in the middle of Richmond and DC, and people traveling the interstate, one of the busiest interstates in the United States. And people travel from all up and down the East Coast, and they see a little rural area and think that we don't have the sophisticated technology to catch folks doing harm. So we need to make sure that our sheriffs have all of the materials they need to keep us safe. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. I have none, and Mr. Black, would you like to wrap it up?
I'll make up for your none. I do want to reiterate, can't really say more than what has been said here about the sheriff's banquet. I do want to thank Sheriff Mosier for the invitation to come out. That's really, really professionally done award ceremony. And I really did like how, Sheriff Mosier, that you guys did the Citizens Awards as well for those people that are supportive of your department, Rice Chapel, Sophie, and so forth. That was really cool. And I saw Kevin Whiteman. That was the first time I think I've seen Kevin Whiteman not be loud. So that was, to get Kevin Whiteman to use his inside voice is a miracle in itself. Also wanted to congratulate Rice Chapel. They do every year. They didn't really make this too public, but they every year they take in extra food that comes out of North Carolina, sweet potatoes. They had 20,000 pounds of sweet potatoes that showed up at Rice Chapel on Sunday. And within 1 hour, those 20,000 pounds of sweet potatoes were bagged into thousands of 10-pound bags that will be going to local and state food banks in Virginia and around the area. And there were several churches too that were involved that were local as well. So it wasn't just Rice Chapel. I know Rehoboth out in Charlesburg was involved. Bowling Green was involved. So that was really quite an event to watch community come together. I had a chance to attend the VDOT meeting last night about the STARS study. Mr. Hughes and I have already talked about some of the things I think they could do they could do kind of right away, and that's that southbound, if you're coming from 95 north and you're getting off the off-ramp there, Mr. Forehand has mentioned this before, we've mentioned it VDOT before, and you're getting off from 95 and you're near the McDonald's, you want to turn right, the sight distance there is terrible. And it would be nice to have some sort of light there or partition so that the cars can't merge. There will be Mr. Schiebel sets this up every year along with Eric from his staff, but there will be a cleanup, team up to clean up trash pickup on April 25th. I know this is the one that all the organizations in the county, all the organizations that do the trash pickups, Adopt a Highway is what I'm looking for, trash pickups come together and they do one big one. There's also at the end of that, I think in the Lotus Academy or Old Ladysmith Elementary, there'll be like a kind of celebration for people who helped with that right after around noon on Saturday the 25th. There will be also just a couple more things. There will be a bus trip to the State Corporation Commission hearing for Aqua is on April 28th. I want to thank the school system. They have secured a bus for us. So there's a lot of people that went down to some of the hearings and they were a little bit intimidated by parking in the Richmond area. So what we have is the school system has given us a bus. The bus will leave the Heritage Pavilion parking lot at 8:15 a.m. on the 28th to go down to the hearing. So hopefully we fill the bus with people, and then Pam Taylor, who's basically running that, will have more information on that. So want to thank our county attorney for everything that's been going on. We do have here tonight a Pause for Purple Hearts. So Pause for Purple Hearts is here. So thank you for saying hello. And finally, on a personal note, I would like to personally thank the board members and those of you who reached out. I could not personally attend the work session that was taking place a few weeks ago because that is, as you know, as school teachers, we have limited times that we have off. Obviously, we have summers off, but during the year. And so I had an opportunity to go down and see my father. And that is really, really important to me. And family is always going to come first. So for those of you that reached out and asked how my dad was doing, I had lots of constituents that did it as well. So thank you very much. And that's it, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you all very much. Nancy, did I? Okay, I thought. Get me off track. I'm sorry. She was quick. All right. Next, any amendments to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, does our attorney want to talk about one of the agenda items being withdrawn?
Certainly happy to do that. We received just before the meeting a letter from the applicant's attorney on SPX 08-2025. That's SAC3 Acquisition Co. LLC. They were seeking a special exception permit for a data center. They have withdrawn that application from consideration. So that means that it is no longer before the board. If it were to come back, it would have to start all over from the beginning. So that application has been formally withdrawn. County staff and I put together a notice to try to get the word out online. It's been posted to the county's website and Facebook, I believe, to see if we can let some people know before 7:30 that it's been withdrawn. But just to clarify, that's different from a deferral. If they were requesting a deferral of the public hearing, it would be up to the board to decide whether or not to grant that. They have withdrawn the application, meaning it is no longer submitted for your consideration.
All right. That is number 5 is gone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other amendments to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve the agenda as amended.
All right. We have a motion. We get a second.
Second.
All right. Motion is second to accept the agenda as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we have an agenda for the evening, and that starts off with our presentations and reports. Presentation on the proposed public safety pay plan adjustments for fiscal year 2027. Sheriff Scott Mosier and Fire and EMS Chief Jason Loftus.
Well, the sheriff and I have built a lot of things together, never done a presentation together, so we'll see how this goes. There's no hammers, no yelling. So,
No falling or breaking down or hitting
Right.
fingers, yeah.
Yeah, don't hit in your head. Tonight, we just want to talk to you about the public safety pay plan, the changes that we're proposing, and the changes that Mr. Cully had integrated in his recommended budget. And I'm going to cover those changes just in general, and then each one of us will cover how they specifically apply in each of our departments. So the first thing is we have an issue of increasing the starting pay. And we're talking about increasing our starting pay for firefighter EMTs and deputies from $53,000 to $58,000, and that's a $5,000 pay increase. Give you a little history. The sheriff brought this up, and we looked at another proposal as well. We looked at a $10,000 increase in addition to the $5,000. And over time, we determined that was just not something that was affordable to the citizens of the county. But as you'll see later, it does put us strategically low in comparison with other localities. The pay grade will also, the $5,000 will move through the scale, right? And that prevents any compression from happening through the scale. The scale will stay as it is. There will be a step increase. So for people that have been here a year, they will move one step forward in the scale depending where they are. Again, protecting the longevity of our staff, some retention issues there, and preventing compression. And lastly, and this is a little change for both of us, allow some modifications in the pay plan that would benefit each of our departments independently based on market conditions. Not everything is affecting fire and EMS and law enforcement identically, and so there needs to be a little bit of deviation in how we interpret some of that pay plan to get the best bang for the buck. Any questions about that before I leave that slide?
Yes, Mr. Black.
So when you say on like, because I'm just thinking of like a teacher pay scale here, it can kind of make a comparison. So when you're saying there's no compression, so in other words, the starting person is not going to be like someone who's been at the sheriff's office for 2 years or with you guys for 2 years. They're not all of a sudden someone new's not going to come in and be like, hey, wait a second here, that new person is not getting more pay than me because I've been here 2 years. So everyone is going to be bumped up accordingly, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And in our profession, that's really important to
Yeah.
maintain that.
The
Right, right.
integrity of the pay scale is.
So everyone moves up proportionally. Someone who's been there 10 years, someone who's been there 5 years, someone's been there 25 years. It's all, okay.
It's all the
Thank you.
integrity is kept in place.
Yep, thank you.
Yes, Mr.
Now, the starting scale is gonna be 52 to 58. Where does that compare with surrounding localities? I'm sure it's still lower.
We're going to get to that one.
We
Oh,
have
I'm-
that in the slide presentation.
Oh, I'm playing straight, man. Okay.
You're way ahead of the game as usual. I appreciate it. But, yeah. Oh, you,
That's
okay.
you.
I thought you wanted me, all right. He wanted me to push the button. I'm
I
sorry.
did.
All
It's
right.
all right.
So,
We'll be okay.
as far as the sheriff's office is concerned, this chart really depicts what we were looking to try to accomplish. If you look at the highlighted Caroline County option 1, that was for the $10,000 increase for pay. That would make us 4th out of 16, which is fantastic. I know that's really a high bar to reach, but we were hoping that we could come somewhere between the 10 and the 5, but we wanted to show you the overall picture of the 16 jurisdictions that we have picked to put in place. Now, the county administrator obviously knows the budget more than we do, and he felt like that the $5,000 option 2 would be the most appropriate choice, and that puts us 13th out of 16. So, or no, let's see, yeah, 13th out of 16. So the starting pay would be $58,125. Now you can see in there that there's really not a large difference between the 4th and 58 and 63. Is we're getting close. So this is a big help towards bringing us become more competitive with surrounding jurisdictions. The $5,000 adjustment is certainly a big help. We were hoping to get somewhere in between, but if we can do at least this, it's going to be a step in the right direction. I know that this Board of Supervisors has supported public safety, and we appreciate that, and you understand the financial challenges that the county faces. And I know that whenever possible, you want us to try to come up with level funding So we wanted to show you all the facts so y'all could make an informed decision. And that's why we have all this information tonight.
Any questions for the sheriff on starting pay and where they rank?
So, is that for both of you and, no, it's different?
No,
Yeah,
just the
okay.
sheriff, just the sheriff.
That's
Okay.
the sheriff's office.
All right. Hearing none? Oh,
I
sorry.
do have a question though.
Yes, ma'am.
Sheriff, who is of the local jurisdiction? Who do you lose the most of your younger hires to? Or do a lot of them just find out it's not really
We've
what they
lost
want to
several
do?
to
Hanover?
Hanover County, and we've lost some to Spotsylvania. So, but there's other reasons too, not just pay. I mean, they have the ability to offer more things like canine programs, dive teams, and stuff of that nature. But pay is certainly the driving factor on a lot of it. So,
Thank you.
yes, ma'am.
Would this be for all deputies, or is there a splitting out of? No, but they would go through the anti-compression would go through.
Right, it would go through the whole scale.
I mean, road deputies are probably most coveted of them. I mean, is this applying to everyone, or is it
Well, this applies to everyone throughout the whole department, of course, except for me. I'm like y'all, I'm a constitutional officer. I'm not on the pay scale at all. But this applies to everybody, and it keeps the integrity of the pay scale in place.
because other localities do break out courts, they break out civil people that issue papers to doors and things like that
Yeah.
aren't road deputies in the sense that we have road deputies. I just want to be clear.
Matter of fact, all of our court people, except for one sergeant, is part-time.
So this doesn't apply to them.
No, it may affect their hourly rate, but it's not going to be their set salaries because they're not. It's a set salary.
But not a full.
No, sir. We have no
Okay.
full-time court bailiffs. We only have one full-time sergeant that y'all gave me last year to run the budget and
Sure.
keeping the courts in check with all the transports and stuff that we do.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on to fire rescue. On the left we don't have 16 comparable, we have 14 comparable jurisdictions. On the left, that's today in 2026, Caroline is ranking number 11 out of those 14. I can tell you King George, King William, and King and Queen, those that are below us, all have existing openings on their staff. Moving forward, with the $5,000 increase in starting pay, Caroline would still be 11th. And the reason for that data you're seeing there has been updated for what is being requested in 2027, trying not to give you a lagging indicator, but that is the reality. That will keep us right where we are today. If we go any lower than that, we are going to have openings galore. And then we overuse overtime and burn folks out. So for us, that $5,000 keeps us competitive. It doesn't move us very far up the scale. And what is happening in fire and EMS and probably the sheriff's office, there is a ratcheting every year to try to compete for those very few people that want to enter these professions. It's changed. You're not getting 200 people wanting to be a firefighter or EMT or being a deputy. So every locality is fighting for those same people. And I will just note this, Fredericksburg City, as long as they've been around, have always been able to hire pre-trained people. First time ever, they've got a recruit class to hire the numbers they need, but they're going to train them just like we do here in Caroline from the ground up. So that's a change. So that's starting pay. Any questions for me on starting pay?
Okay, this here eliminates the use of the PS0. This is the only adjustment that we would like to do. As you can see, the starting pay for Caroline County as of today is $48,295, substantially lower than any other county in the 16. So what we would like to do is eliminate that reduction in pay because they're not trained or certified. It only saves about 6 months worth of salary, and it saves about $5,000. So you figure 6 months, that's about $2,500 we're saving, but we're hurting ourselves up front because they go you go to the website and they say, well, 48,000, that's a lot lower than every other county. I'll just go apply somewhere else. Well, I think we have to look at this differently, and we want to start them at the normal pay for a deputy, even though they may not be trained. We have to send people in the academy. Matter of fact, if they've never had previous law enforcement, they all have the academy. And usually there was a reduction in salary while they were in the academy. But I think what we're doing is we're hurting ourselves up front by advertising that low number when 6 months later they're going to be at the regular starting salary as a deputy. So why not start them up out front? It's $2,500 more for 6 months, but ultimately I think you have more of an interest for people applying. That's why we want to eliminate the PS0. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah.
That's a difference between us. That in fire rescue, lower starting salary for untrained people is the standard right now. It is not the same anymore in law enforcement. And that's why the facilitating that change for him.
Yeah.
Okay. So modifications for fire rescue. Right now, the biggest issue we have in recruiting people is recruiting paramedics and maintaining our paramedics, right? Those are the highest ALS level care that we can provide in the street. Those are the ones we're going after most aggressively. Those are the ones that we want to keep. Those also are the ones right now we're seeing leave the department to other departments for higher pay. So one of the things we wanted to we're proposing here is to give our paramedics a stipend, which is a one-time payment. We divide it up into paid every 6 months, so they would be in the rear. They'd have to work here 6 months, they'd get half of it, to augment their salary, rather than moving them down the pay scale and creating a lot of extra cost by moving a lot of folks down the scale. They would stay on the same scale or the same line they're on, but they would just get that stipend annually. A lot of jurisdictions are doing that for that advanced life support level. And it's not great because it doesn't go to their hourly rate and it doesn't apply to their overtime, but it does put more money in their pocket. It does make us more competitive.
Does that count towards retirement
No,
then? So it's just like a bonus. That's all it is a bonus.
That's all it is
Okay.
bonus. Yep. But what it does, Mr. Sealy, is if we move them down the pay scale, then I'd have to move all the officers down the pay scale, and it would get very expensive very quickly. So I'll give you a visual of what that looks like here. Paramedic pay across the spectrum. On the left is 2026 pay. We're 11th. We pay $58,000 for our paramedics. All right. And we're proposing to move our starting pay to that. If we use the $5,000 stipend and we allow the scale to work itself, our paramedics will be paid $69,000 per year. Not all of that goes to the hourly rate, as Mr. Sealy pointed out. But I would point out two things. Fredericksburg City and Powhatan both have in their 2027 budget, it hasn't been approved, they will move higher than Caroline. So Caroline's paramedic pay will be around the 9th position. To me, that's about midway, close enough. It'll keep us competitive in that most competitive employee. So, any questions about that?
Yeah. The left side is what we're proposing to go to, right?
Yes, sir.
How is there a $10,000 difference? Is it $5,000 every 6 months?
So on the left-hand side,
Yeah.
it's 58 is what we're paying today.
Right.
When we raise the starting pay 5,000,
That's not counting. Okay, that's right now.
that's right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
right, I'm good.
Yes, sir. Any other questions? So again, for us, this is the employee that we lose the most often. And I can tell you the last employee that left us went to Hanover. There was a paramedic. We've had some go to PA school. We've had some go to respiratory therapy school because the level of training gives them that lateral ability to leave the fire service and go in a medical field. They are who we want. And some of you probably have experienced some of our good paramedics. So they're who you want in an emergency. That's modification number 1 of the pay plan. Modification number, Dave? Dave, can you advance it for me? Oh, there you go. Yeah, push the advance button. I can go backward. Oh. Okay, modification number 2. And the board has seen this not long ago. I brought something to you about the AEMT. That is an introductory ALS level. The intermediate EMT went away a long time ago as far as creating new folks. We are moving our system toward an AEMT focused system. We're trying to be able to train folks in the house. I brought to you a stipend request for them because they're not in the pay scale today. This would put them on the pay scale. There we go. This would put them in the pay scale. As you can see, would put them at the PS2 mark on the pay scale itself. So we want to be able to reward those folks both when we hire them and throughout their career. The other thing we would do here is account for the AEMT on the PS0 scale. The sheriff is doing away with that, but if someone came to us that had the AEMT but no firefighter, they would have a little bit higher pay than somebody that just didn't have any training. All right. So again, we're trying to incorporate the A into the scale and then provide them the ability to move up. Those 3 things, those EMT, EMTA, and medic are our starting pay for those different people that are certified. They're all firefighters. They're all firefighter EMTs, but some of them start at a higher salary because they return a higher level care in the street. Any questions about that? This would do away with that stipend that you approved a few months ago in the upcoming year, if you recall.
Yeah. Sure. Chief, am I looking at this wrong? I'm seeing, and I probably am, I'm seeing PS1, 58,000, whatever, no training above. So where, but then it says 2,840.78. So if they are not qualified to do anything, they are still in class, they're still training, how much are they being paid?
So if they have no training, they would follow the recruit line that's in red.
Okay.
It's the PS0 level. And you would go across. So a no trained person, if this were to be approved, would move to 52,840. If they have firefighter or if they have EMT, one or the other, they would be at 53,800. And we would train them up to get them to where they need to be. So that's how we use the scale. That very top line is for folks that come to us that have no training or missing some training. So the more
Chief.
EMS, sir.
Chief, yeah, just Mr. Chairman. Just out of curiosity, how long would it take someone coming in to get that kind of training? Like if you're starting off at, I mean, I know it's different. Like how long would it take to go from the 52 to the 64?
6 months.
Just 6 months and you can go from 52 to 64?
That's, 6 months every day. And we do that class here in Carolina. We do a
Right.
workout.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
So.
And if I could ask one more question, sure. And is there an agreement that once we train them, are they required to stay for 6 months or whatever?
We do have an agreement, but it is not as strong as you think it is. Okay. Because the real cost of training somebody is paying them while you're training. You cannot recoup that time. What you can get back are books and other tangibles that were paid by the county during that program. So we do have that, but it doesn't have the teeth like you think it would.
Okay.
Right? It comes down to it's very affordable at that point if you were going to leave.
Thank you.
Now, this slide here represents the call volumes for each jurisdiction, all 16 that we talked about. You can see Spotsylvania at 120,000, roughly 89,000 for Stafford, 82,000 for Hanover. And number 4 is Caroline County, 66,443. That's department-wide. That counts animal control, patrol, investigations, administration. All those calls are for the entire department. So, excuse me?
Is that this year's data?
That right there is for, yes, it's from last year to this year.
Right. 24,
Yeah,
25.
roughly about the same time. We did this at the last time I presented this to
Right.
y'all. So, but yes, sir, that's it's pretty large numbers for as small as Caroline County is.
Do you have an average for?
Yes, sir. What we've determined is that since 2010, it's 3.14 times greater of the call volume per deputy that it was back in 2010. We've had 8 additional deputies since 2010. And right now, each deputy from me all the way down is responsible for 1,199 calls per year. So as we go on, it talks about, can you get this thing to advance? Dave? I broke it? Okay. All right. So right here is exactly what you're referring to is we currently talk about the workload, and we talked about this at the last board meeting, and we did some research, and it says that around 600 to 800 calls per officers per year is an effective and sustainable workload. Anytime you're over 900 calls per officer, it's considered overburdened and significantly increases the risk for fatigue and reduces effectiveness. So our current staffing reality is that Caroline County averages 1,126 calls per year per officer, bringing the agency around 900 calls per officer. Threshold would be 74 total officers. Now, that's important because we have 59 right now, and that's including animal control and the SROs, the school resource officers. They all handle calls as well. So they're all in the call volume from me all the way down, all 59. But based on the call volume as a whole, we should be looking at 74 officers right now. So we're 15 down.
Oh, yeah.
That's why we would, based on the call volume, that's why we're asking for 3. Yes, sir.
Sheriff, you just mentioned animal control. Do you have numbers specifically for animal control?
No, but I can get those for you.
Okay.
They're all deputies. So I included everybody in the actual amount of numbers. I want to say it was at the awards ceremony that we discussed. It was like quite a few. I can't remember the exact number that they handled for the year, but.
Yeah, I mean, from my curiosity.
Yes, sir.
It's a different type of call.
That's correct.
Sometimes a loose animal is life or death, but the road deputies are in that life or death situation a lot more often. So I was just curious as to what the numbers were.
Yes, sir. I can get that for you. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
So the 3 additional positions that we were asking for, would not solve this problem, but you got to realize we're falling behind constantly, and we're hoping that we can take steps forward to correct this issue before we get that position where they're overworked or overburdened and the deputies start becoming less effective. Now, I think we're there now to a certain degree on the road, but ultimately the guys and the girls, the men and women, excuse me, I can't say guys and girls, men and women of the sheriff's office, they work hard and they don't mind. They get out there and they do what they have to do. And this is total calls. We don't do calls per person. So if we get a call and me and Jeff and Clay go on that call, it's one call. It's not one for each of us. It's just one call. Even though all 3 of us might run it, that's one call. So it's a lot of calls. Caroline County's not growing to the point where we can't handle it. We're maintaining the best that we can. That's why we're trying to get some additional personnel.
Would you mind going back one slide?
Back one slide?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
What are we doing so different than Spotsylvania? They have 4.5 times our population, yet less than twice our number of calls.
I don't know.
Are we doing something different as an organization? I mean, I don't think our populations are vastly different. I mean, they have rural, they have.
If I had to pick one
suburban.
specific thing that you would, I would say that our community involvement as far as property checks and stuff of that nature is way above probably anything that they do. I can't say for sure because I don't know, but we do a large amount of property checks. When people go on vacation, I mean, we stress that because visibility deters crime. You got a marked unit coming by your house, walking around your house, that deters crime. So we do a lot of property checks, and it counts as a call for service.
Yep.
It may not be that call where somebody's in a domestic or a robbery or a homicide or something, but it's still a call for service. So we do a lot of those. And the reason I say that that's probably going to be it is, I go to these different HOAs like Ladysmith Village and neighborhood watch programs and stuff like that. And I want to say in Ladysmith Village, last year, we did 280 property checks. So it's a lot, you know.
Well,
and,
I've definitely heard
Yeah.
positive things about that.
yeah, and it's,
But just looking at it, Spotsylvania is 4.5 times our population. Stafford's probably 4 times. Hanover's 3 times our population. But there's no comparison reflected to call volume compared to population.
right.
I mean, they're bonkers higher, on our side of things.
And we have animal control underneath us, so maybe that makes a difference as
Yeah,
well.
little pieces here and there.
Yeah, little pieces here
I'm
and
not
there.
throwing darts at your data. It just
No,
seems-
no,
it just seems uncanny.
I was shocked when I saw the number, to be honest with you. And it has increased over time, since 2010. Matter of fact, in 2010, the call volume was 21,000. So you can see how much that's increased. And it's increased to 47% greater, 57% greater in 2025. And it went up to 48% in 2024, greater than 2010. So we've been tracking it throughout the time. But I think the property checks do have something to do with it because we do a lot of those. Especially with computer-aided dispatch, we put it on the computer. It's never missed. The dispatcher, the alarm comes up. The dispatcher says, hey, go to this house, check on it. They're on vacation. Nobody hears that you're on vacation because we're encrypted, and they check your property. I think that has a lot to do with it, though.
Okay, move on.
This here is some data that we collected from different agencies like Fredericksburg. They do up to $10,000 sign-on bonus, $5,000 for Hanover. New Kent is $5,000. Stafford, they just do a lateral transfer program. Spotsylvania does $10,000. Caroline does not do any bonus. King William, 10,000. King George, 10,000. So those are some of the incentives that other departments offer over and above than the pay that you see on that scale. So I'm not a big proponent of any type of bonus or sign-on bonus. Can we go to the next slide?
So
Good question. Yeah.
I have a question. So if somebody comes to you from another jurisdiction, been there 10 years, how do we bring them into the scale?
Half. They get credit for half their time.
Okay.
That's in the pay plan and that's in the policy where that if you come to us and you say, hey, I've been in Spotsylvania, it's a madhouse. I want to come to Caroline. I think, it's growing. I want to be a part of that. And then you say, well, how much time do you have? 10 years. All right, well, you'll come in as a 5-year deputy. And that's fair. We don't give you your full 10 years because it hasn't been here in Caroline County, but we'll give you 5. We'll give you half of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
But they get the full 10 in terms of retirement, though.
It's still the same retirement system.
Your service stayed the same.
Yeah, we give the 5 years.
Right.
Same policy for both. Jim.
Yeah.
Got a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
2 questions, just out of curiosity, because you saw this sometimes with teaching, and I don't know if you did it with because I know it's all public pay scale and so forth, but when you had bonuses and so forth, do people jump around from jurisdiction to jurisdiction? So in other words, and I know you guys don't do it, but if someone's in Spotsylvania, I'm going to go to Prince William to get the 10,000, and then next year I'm going to go to Fairfax and get another 10,000. Is that a common thing that you see in fire and EMS and public safety, or no? Or
I'll answer. Fire and EMS don't have a lot of bonuses. Not
Okay.
a lot of sign-on bonuses, so not an issue.
right.
And the reason is it creates a problem with your existing employees,
Okay.
right? Because I didn't get that 10,000, but he did.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I am not a really fan of that at all.
Okay.
And that is not something I am even looking to even present to this board.
Okay.
I just want you to be aware that it's out there. I don't agree with that because if I give you a $10,000 bonus to come work for Caroline Sheriff's Office and you get here and you're under contract, more likely for 2 years to stay at the Sheriff's Office, or you're going to have to pay that $10,000 back.
Okay.
And that's exactly how those other jurisdictions do it, is they'll say you're under contract for 2 years. And if you don't give them the full 2 years, whether you get fired, you quit, or whatever, you were responsible for that 10,000 coming back to their jurisdiction. So what does that create for me? Well, first of all, like it says there, it doesn't reward the employees you have. It may affect the short-term conditions, because if you're there and you just find out this is not for me and you spent that $10,000, you may very well just stay here and make our life worse and you be negative the whole time you're at work. And I'd prefer you not be here. If you don't want to be here, we don't want you here.
Okay.
Because we're all pulling in the same direction and we expect everybody to do that. And I think that bonus breeds that. It really
Okay.
does.
Yeah, that, all right, you answered my second question though, which is, but since you don't, but I understand your train of thought there was, I was wondering if those came with like a contract, you got to stay for 2 years or
They
something.
do.
They do, but you're, all right, that's fine, thank you.
Okay. So what I would like to see, and this is really premature, it's a little early, as we talked about this once before, is that we would look at the health insurance for the retired employees countywide. This is for every county employee. Now, law enforcement's eligible to retire at 25 and 50, and they could pay for their insurance at the cost of an employee. And we talked about this before a couple of years ago, if y'all remember that. That's what I would like to see, that we look at instead of bonuses and stuff of that nature, that we look at this possibility of getting this passed. 25 years is a long time for somebody to have to put in for Caroline County. If they've committed their whole work career here at Caroline County, it would be nice to recognize them with this ability, and they would only maintain that insurance until they are 65 years of age and they're eligible for Medicare. Regular civilian employees, they would have to do the whole 30 years. If they did the 30 years, after that, they could get their insurance at a cost of an employee. We have been crunching the numbers with other jurisdictions that do this. King George has recently done that 2 years ago, and they put it down for 15 years. And we called them this week, and they don't have anyone on the program yet. So nobody's taken advantage of it yet. But it's surprisingly that I believe the school had it a while back, and it was only 5 years, and you invested, and you were able to get your insurance, and their cost was lower than you would think with almost 700 employees. So I don't think it's probably would not cost little or any starting off unless somebody retired, obviously right away. But it's going to be a benefit that's really going to give us the ability to retain people, reward the individuals that given their life to Caroline County and serve that much time here. We would encourage employees to build a career here, not just a job. So it just strengthens retention, because law enforcement and I think fire and rescue have both become a younger generation or a younger department as a whole. You don't see people staying in it as long as you did before. I believe Loftus even has a slide in here that tells you the length of time and service that they have. The longer we can keep our officers and fire and rescue people, the better we are and the better service that the citizens are going to receive, because you cannot replace that experience. And when you have younger officers out here, they're going to make mistakes, and you need the older officers around to keep them straight, as well as fire and rescue people. So that's why I'm a big proponent of trying to create a program that allows people to build careers here in Caroline County. We have the best county around, without a doubt. I mean, the award ceremony, 5 board members was at the award ceremony. Unheard of. That is just, my men and women of the sheriff's office love this county, and they love working for you guys. They are so impressed with you guys. When I talk to them about what we're doing, they have total confidence in y'all. They know you've been great to public safety, and they love working here because they're not just another person. They're part of a family, and they know that they're the greatest asset that we have. And they know that y'all recognize that as well. You come out to our picnics. I mean, it's really no better place to work. I don't lose that many people just because the working conditions are good. I know fire and rescue, they may lose a lot more than I do. I have a hard time hiring people. I've had one position available since January 1, and I can't fill it. I just had another hiring process. I didn't hire anybody. I'm re-advertising again today. So, but I'm not going to skimp on, the quality of individual just because I'm trying to fill a position. They have to meet the standards that we keep high standards here.
Can
I got off a tangent. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Mr. Sheriff Mosher, if I could just make a comment on that, and I agree with you, but I think that we have to look at that on a department by department basis. For example, I think it does make sense for you guys in fire EMS. I'm just going with my own experience in Spotsylvania because Spotsylvania has so many teachers. I mean, we have thousands of teachers, so the school system just simply couldn't afford to do that program anymore because if you come in as a 21-year-old, basically you're really a kid, 22-year-old, and you teach for 30 years, then all of a sudden it was, hey, you're retiring as a teacher in VRS and at 52. And then all of a sudden it was costing the school system. There's a lot of teachers that do retire. And I know it's a little bit apples to oranges, but at the same time, Spotsylvania was having so many teachers take advantage of that. It was becoming very expensive for the school system to maintain. And I think with you guys it's different because you don't have the numbers of teachers and so forth. So when we say countywide doing it, I think we would have to look at that because that could get very, very expensive countywide. If you were doing it for I don't know what the numbers are on the teachers. That's why in the school system in Spotsylvania, they got rid of it. But I think for you guys, yes, it makes sense for a retention tool. It definitely makes sense. But I will just say in Spotsylvania, that's why they ended up having to get rid of it because it was costing them so much money. They were paying so much money for teachers that weren't even there anymore. And then they had a hard time with money for teachers that they were trying to hire, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
and I'm not bringing that before you for the school.
Right.
Schools, because that's the school board's responsibility.
Understood.
Yeah,
but we have to. I mean, in the end, we're the funding mechanism for
Yes,
them.
sir.
We're the funding mechanism for them. So I just kind of wanted to point that out, with larger departments and so forth. When you have, way more, the school system's going to have way more employees than you are. So then it becomes a little bit more challenging to fund that. So to say countywide that could become very, very expensive very, very quickly.
I think that you will find that with 25 and 30, you'll find very few people because I know that with Spotsylvania, when you're talking about that, I think they had a 15-year buy-in.
Right.
Okay. And when Caroline had it, it was a 5-year buy-in.
Right.
We're talking 25 and 30.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Not many people are going to reach that.
Yeah.
But it's a goal that they can really shoot for.
Right. Yeah. I think you'll find it in the county schools. I'm not trying to argue with you.
No,
I think in Spotsylvania County, we actually have every year we have, there's several people at the school that have been there for 30 years that are retiring. So that's why they kind of, but I'm just saying for you guys, it definitely 100% makes sense.
Yes, sir.
To do that because of your situation for retention 100%.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Going to shift gears a little bit, talk about fire and EMS. This right here, the slide depicts really what is driving the workload in our system. Fire calls, structure fires, you don't hear about those every day, but at least 10 EMS transports occur every single day in the county. So we're going to talk a little bit about the system load today. All right. We went back to 2010, and I'll show you the raw data here in a second, but I just want to give you the recap to 2025. All right, our call volume in 2010 was 4,352 calls. Today in 2025, and this is fiscal year 25, we can see a 57% increase in that to 6,800 calls. And we've had steady growth, really, especially during those early years. The last few years, since 2020, coming out of COVID, we've really seen a ramp up in the call volume increasing. A second indicator here is calls per 100 residents. This is a little bit challenging to understand why this is occurring. So based on the population at the time, if we break it down to calls per 100 residents, we had 15. In 2025, we're having 20 calls per resident. So not only is the workload increasing because population increases, but the people that are here are calling 911 more often than they did in 2010. And we use a predictive model here in a minute and show you where that's going to be in the next 5 years. So just in calls per 100, we're seeing an increase in the last 15 years of 30% in that. As I said, 50% of all of our incidents or more result in an EMS transport. That means a ride to the hospital. A ride to the hospital for us is a unit utilization time of 90 minutes. From the time we're dispatched to the time we get back to the station is going to be 90 minutes taking that ambulance out of our system. So we do transport to 16 hospitals. That's a board decision. But that time out of the county as we go further and further for hospitals does ramp up that unit utilization time. So some core trends, call volumes increased in the last 15 years by 57%. Our population during that period of time grew 20%. And we'll see those raw data in a minute. Our call demand is growing 3 times faster than our population. And as I said, we've seen accelerated growth since 2020. One thing that has hurt us on the EMS call side is volunteers. We have great volunteers in the system. I don't want to take away any of the time they're putting in. But volunteers putting time in EMS transport has been on a significant decline. We closed Rescue 5, that's frog level rescue, right after 2012, 2013. Rescue 1 here in Bowling Green folded up and folded into Bowling Green Volunteer Fire. Upper Caroline, 100% non-response on EMS. In Port Royal, I have that number wrong. It's supposed to be 87% in fiscal year 25. They were not able to respond in ambulance. So that decline in volunteer staffing affects the workload being thrown on the career side.
Chief, how many ambulances do we have in the county?
We have 12
12
total. We don't staff all 12.
Okay, how many are staffed during a regular shift?
2, 4, 6.
Okay, I'm curious. I go to Fredericksburg a lot, and it seems like every time I'm going to Fredericksburg, coming or going, I see an ambulance.
Yep.
So that's 2 that are out of commission in 4 hours at least. So
right. It's not every month. We were tracking over 300 transports a month.
yeah.
So
Okay.
you're going to see them there, and you're going to see them in the south. Yep.
So a solution would be to get more staff as opposed to more ambulances, since we've got 12 and you're running 6 at a time.
That's correct. We have more
Okay.
equipment than we do people to ride on it.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Thank you.
I'm going to show you the raw data here back from 2010. This is a pretty in-depth chart. On the left, you got the calendar year. You got the total incidents following that. The percent change from year to year on those incidents. The census population, and this is coming straight from the census. I know every year they don't do a census, but this is their data. And that's where we're getting our calls per 100 from that. EMS transports is the next column, and operational staff. And we have 69 folks that work in the field. That's 23 people per shift per day in the field answering calls. Everything in the yellow, except for 2026, is a predictive. We put it in an AI system. Where are we going to be by 2030? And that's where the numbers came out to be. We're going to need more staff. Do we need 100 by 2030? I don't know. But we'll talk about staff here in a minute. But you can see calls per 100 continues to go up. And even at a moderate increase of 4.5%, we get busy really quick for a system that is career and volunteer. So again, EMS is driving that. We certainly do have fires. We still have a good number of volunteers that come out for fire calls and some with EMS, but we only have, I believe, 2 or 3 released ALS providers, paramedics, on the volunteer side that run calls today. So the problem is EMS calls take an hour and a half. And if you have to go to work, that's not something you can endeavor to do. So it's really a weekend thing, nights thing, football games, those kind of things today. Any questions about the raw data and the yellow part, which is the projected?
I just have one, Mr. Chairman. Is there any reason sometimes the percent change is very drastic? One time you had I know that's kind of an outlier, but a minus 2.4%, but then sometimes you go from 0.07 or 2.9 or 1, and then all of a sudden you're at 10%. Is there a rhyme or reason to that? Is it just totally random?
Totally. I can tell you a couple things. 2023, we were coming out of COVID.
Okay.
Right? So call volume dropped a little bit. We weren't running as many EMS calls. So that's why you have that drop. Why you have a 10% increase from 24 to 25, I can't explain. I can't really give you the paradigm why that's occurring. We do look at our call data. We try to figure if is our population aging? Is that why we're transporting folks? We do have a large number of people that abuse the 911 system.
Mm-hmm.
They're calling 911 to get their blood pressure checked or being moved from the car. And we try to mitigate those because it burns out staff. So we try to fix those as quickly as we can, but they do occur, and they occur on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Chief, you said 16 hospitals? I'm trying to think of 16 hospitals.
Yes, ma'am. I can give you a list. I can't bring them off. So,
Any,
yeah.
and we need to run to all those or any of them?
We don't, but the board has long stood behind Patient's Choice for hospital destination. And those are the facilities we transport to based on if you are a stable patient. If you're potentially unstable, we're going to transport you to the nearest medical.
You get the nearest one. But if their records are at a hospital in Richmond,
yeah,
you take them to Richmond if you've got time.
Yeah. And there's 2 points of view here, right? Mine, I'm a numbers guy. Take them to the closest hospital 100% of the time. Deputy Chief Garnett is like, hey, you know what? It gives better service, better customer care. The patient's calm because they're going where they want to. So it does have benefits. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely.
I just wondered if the distance was ever considered. I would think you would want to get them, or they would want to go the closest if they need a rescue squad to get them there.
But if you want to go to the VA, I'm going to take you to the VA. Yeah. That's way out there, right? So
hopefully not for long. Will the one in Fredericksburg help at all when they finish?
Yep. Yeah. Call volume. Where is the call volume in the county? You've seen this before. So I'll run through it pretty quickly. This is a heat map. The brighter the color, the more dense the calls are. And you can see the calls in the left-hand legend. Ladysmith is running a lot more calls than everybody else. Carmel Church, Bowling Green about tied, and then Frog Level. The concern we have with Upper Caroline, Port Royal, is there's no one there really responding to those EMS calls. And Sparta's EMS calls are being handled out of Bowling Green. Sparta answers fire only. So as time goes on and these colors start to get brighter, that's where we know we got to start putting some more staff. So the staff in Ladysmith has to run to Upper Caroline and maybe even to Port Royal. So they're getting both of those jurisdictions call volume tied in together. And then lastly, I touched on this. This is fiscal year 25 data, same as the data on the map. Port Royal is at 83% non-response. It means nobody got out, and that coverage had to come out of Bowling Green. And Upper Carolina, as we discussed before, is 99%. So as we move forward, and I'll talk about the staffing requests we had this year, but I'm going to show you some out years. Eventually, we do need to start putting staff out there to knock down those response times and get to people faster as those call volume in those areas start to increase.
Chief, just for clarity from that last slide, when you have a staffed station and it's showing none responses, what's that mean?
Which one? What are we talking about?
Carmel Church, and it says 229 in that column. Bottom.
Okay, so there was 8% of the time. That's 8% is non-response for them.
Yeah, but if they're
staffed, if they get a second call, that's a non-response.
Okay, so they're already out.
They're already out.
Okay. Right,
yep. These are calls within that district. Somebody else responded to that call, but it goes against a scratch. Okay. So even a fully staffed station, you've got to have non-response calls. You didn't respond to everything, or you weren't busy. That's what it comes down to.
And in Carmel Church, they may be down Route 1 somewhere, and then somebody across the street in Belmont calls. It's a non-response, and they got to get somebody from somewhere
Bowling
else.
Green or Ladysmith. Yep, exactly. So you're going to have those in each of those categories. If they're under 10 for me, I'm comfortable. Yeah. As you can see in the yellow, I'm getting a little uncomfortable. Frog Level only has 2 people, right? So if it's a fire call in there and they got to take an ambulance to something, you're going to have a scratch. They can't get both units out.
And the asterisk for Sparta is their fire only?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir. All right, moving to, we did ask for staff this year. I'm going to just touch on that. Fiscal year 27, we asked for 3 positions. Those 3 positions would go along with existing positions we have to put a dedicated engine or squad at Ladysmith. So right now, the only dedicated piece of fire equipment we have in the county is at Carmel Church. Everybody else staffs ambulances, right? Or either or, depending on what comes in. We need another fire piece that doesn't leave the county. We need something where we can get extrication out, because if you look at our number 2 thing, car accidents, right? That's down the line. We don't have a dedicated piece of equipment to get that out. And in Carmel Church, we have the ladder truck. So those people that were on the engine will get off the engine, get on the ladder truck. I need someone to bring an engine. So in this year, that's what those 3 positions are to fund. If you recall, we had those positions for Upper Caroline that we moved around in the system. So we have those 6 positions to combine to a total of 9. Does that make sense? I'm mixing some apples and oranges there.
I thought it was more like, didn't we hire 16?
That was when we opened Carmel Church.
So that was Carmel Church and Upper Caroline.
Upper Caroline was a couple of years later,
Okay.
but we had those positions for Upper Caroline. We had the dispute over the pay. We
Right.
moved them in other places pending being able to staff a dedicated piece. All right. We need 3 people on a fire truck. 2 people on a fire truck doesn't work. 2 people on an ambulance, okay. 3 people on a fire truck is the very minimum for us.
Thank you.
As we look at the out years here, again, we're looking at staffing some of those outlying stations in 28. We would look at that. 29, we'd look at a dedicated engine to Bowling Green. And then 30 and 31, rounding out with Port Royal and Sparta for ambulance staff. So we don't get to that 100 magical number that the computer came up with, but we do need to add positions in these out years really to round out where we're seeing our call volume. Any questions on that? Any questions for either one of us? It's a lot.
What's the total cost in dollars?
Mr. Cully?
298 for 3 positions in the sheriff's office and 298 for 3 positions in fire and rescue.
The pay plan,
Okay.
it's probably, you're in the millions, right? It's a spreadsheet.
Yeah, it was 298 for those 3 positions.
Wait, don't say 298 because people think $2.98.
298,000. Yeah.
Turn your mic on, Reg.
You're saying 298,
298,000 just for the salaries.
298,000, but that only gets you to
Just their salaries.
Band-Aid.
Salary and benefits.
What we need to be talking about is where you need to be. As you said, you needed 74 deputies right now, and you have 59.
Right.
I think we need to look at the real numbers of what it's going to cost to move fire and rescue and the sheriff's office to a point that I feel comfortable that we're on the right trajectory for the future. 3 officers will get us to a Band-Aid approach. 3 fire and rescue will get us, but we need a short-term and a long-term strategy to get to where we need to be, to make sure that we're not running 1,100 calls per officer, which is off the chart, unheard of. We're not running 57% increase in calls. Thus, we're stressing equipment and we're stressing personnel. So we need to look at and figure out what's the real cost. And then we talk about a safety building, which is crucial for modern technology and needs for both fire and rescue and sheriff's office. So we need to look at the full picture and not just what it is we need for next year's hiring, but we need to look out 3 years, 5 years to make sure that we are indeed taking into account all of the variables for the county that are taking place right now so we can be prepared for what's coming.
I agree. And I know that you guys have really addressed the public safety building, and that has been in the works, and y'all have actually had a lot of discussion on the public safety building. And that's important. In modern law enforcement, I mean, we can use it today. I mean, we had these homicides that occurred in the county. I mean, you need that type of modern facility to process scenes, process vehicles. We're fortunate enough that our men and women they're used to not having those facilities, and we use other agencies to help us with that. But we need to get there. You're exactly right. And if you wanted to give us 15 deputies, that would cost you about $1,490,000 just for the salaries. So that's where we need to be. Now, Mr. Forehand, I was thinking also that you said, while our numbers are so high, from before is that, the state police is extremely shorthanded, and they have been for some time. So we were working about 20% of the accidents, and they were working about 80%. Now we're working 80%, and they're working about 20% of the accidents. The only ones that we don't work are fatalities and serious injury, because I can't afford to have a deputy leaving the county to go to the hospital to interview somebody when I need them here in the county. So we do much smaller accidents. That was another number that's really
And
high.
we don't go on the highway typically.
He does go on 95 now.
You go on 95 now?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had to. State police is just not available. Now,
Yeah.
they recently, as of the last month or so, they've got 4 more troopers in the area for Caroline and King George. So that's 4 for both. So I guess 2 for Caroline, 2 for King George.
You're not patrolling 95, but you respond to
We do-
accidents on 95.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, or a trooper needs assistance,
Right.
we go out there and help them.
Yeah, for backup.
Right.
Mr. Cully, you were going to tell me, is this the 1.3 million in the budget that these positions are costing, or is it more than that or a different number?
Proposed salaries are the ones that was 3 firefighters and 3 sheriff's deputies, which is about 600. What did you say? 298? Yeah, 600 for both on the total new salaries. I'd have to look in a spreadsheet to tell you. We went over it with the
The $5,000 increase?
Yeah, that's basically 11.412%. 1,251,155. We need him a mic, but it's a take their whole scale up 11.
Okay, so
0.412%.
that's 1.2. The 298,000 twice is not included in that 1.2.
No.
So
that's
we're at
existing.
1.8
Correct.
is the number we're actually talking about.
Correct. We
In your budget, you only have 1.3, right? In your budget, you only have 1.3.
no, I have the new people built in as well.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, they changed the budget. If you-
Different location,
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I just gotta,
Could you ask him to put that, this up on the,
If you're finished
Sure.
with this, because he's got to
Yes.
switch off. David, could you switch?
I want to, just a comment for the
You want
board.
the public safety sheet?
Yes, first. I want us to take a look at
Sheet 2,
sheet number 2, we have on the board. I
public
want the
safety.
public to see, this is the amount of,
Wait a minute, he hadn't gotten there. Public safety down at the bottom. That was it. It's right there.
it's on that same sheet. It's
It's on, it's a sheet. It's there. You're in it. It's a tab.
because I think it's important for people to see where we spend our money. If you look at, this is the sheriff's budget from 2015 up until now. And I want you to look at the years of change and the percentages. You see that we haven't done you any favors. We haven't given them the budget they need to keep up with the changing times. And that's why we're here now. I want people to understand, we're here now because we haven't kept up with the changes. With the growing need for additional officers.
Scroll down, David. A little more. Sure, so big. There, a little bit more. Oh, there you go. That's good.
So
That's the growth overall.
while we're looking at major projects coming to the county, we have to make sure that fire and rescue and the sheriff's office, that we do our due diligence to make sure that the citizens of this county are safe and sound, and that we have a true outlook for what we need to do to ensure that we have a sheriff's office and a fire and rescue that's excellent. And we're talking about spending $30 million for a public safety building. You're talking about another 15, 18 officers just to get to the bare minimum need. You see that we have a lot of things to consider going forward. So we can't focus on just one area. We need to look at the whole budget to make sure that as we go forward and as we talk about what's coming down the pike, we have a clear strategy for where we're going and how we need to get there.
Yes, sir.
Can you go back up a little bit, David? Okay, good. Because while we were, as Mr. Underwood points out, while we were significantly behind, you can see we've made some serious investments in the latter years.
Yes, last couple of years.
So the 19 firefighters was what we were talking about. That was 22. And then we had another 9 last year.
Yeah. You remember when y'all came together and y'all gave him those 19? It was because there were calls coming in that there was no ambulance available.
Right.
So y'all have come a long way when it comes to that. And that's the last thing I want to see is if you call 911, I want you to be able to get an ambulance, a fire truck, or a police officer. And I don't like to see calls being stacked and telling somebody, well, we got something more important. We'll be to you when we can. No, we want somebody to be there to be ready to respond.
Major. What you never want to hear when you call 911 is please hold.
Right. Exactly.
Major Mosier.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman. I just have a quick question. One of the things is, a lot of the funding, we talk about funding and like, for example, when we talk about schools get funding from the state and they get funding from, the locality. And you said something that was kind of disturbing to me in the sense that when you say that it used to be 80-20, now it's 80-20 the other way, where you guys are doing 80%.
I would say that's accurate.
That's putting a burden. I mean, everyone, when people call 911, they just want someone to, they want someone to show up. It doesn't matter if it's, to be honest with you, it doesn't matter as long as someone shows up.
Exactly.
My concern though, is this putting an undue burden on us. And I know that they did like a JLARC study at the state level for like, hey, look, the schools, they did this study. Hey, look, the state has not funded schools properly because they kept on putting on localities all across the state. And localities were getting concerned, hey, wait a second here, we're picking way more of the tab than the state used to be on education. And they're trying to fix that. Are you also lobbying to like, hey, look, we need to work with the state police to get them more officers that will also help? We need to do our part 100%.
Absolutely.
But I mean, and I'm not saying we don't have a response because we have a huge responsibility in this. But I think at the same time, that's disturbing that like, hey, if you have a state police force and you now are picking up 80% of the calls where they used to, that puts a more burden on you. And then there's less officers for when it's just like when someone's out on a fire truck, there's less officers to go around. Because you're working on an accident and now like there's a call in Lake Landorf and you're out working an accident, puts a more burden on your office to handle calls.
Exactly. And I spoke to the previous the colonel of the state police about that very issue because one way that they were determining the need for in the area was the calls for service and the amount of accidents they work and the amount of tickets that they write. And, I've explained to him that that's flawed because if you don't have the people, you're not going to have the numbers, and it's not a true representation of what's needed for the area. So we had that conversation. I think that's one of the reasons we got these 4 to come to Carolina and King George. And then of course they have a new superintendent of the Virginia State Police, and I hear he's excellent. And we'll have an opportunity to speak with him at the end of the month. I'm sure he's going to be at the sheriff's event down at Norfolk.
Is that something too? Because when we talk about like, there's Ms. Long and I are part of the GWRC and we do regional issues. And it sounds like, you're saying it's King George, that affects not just Carolina, but that you're saying that affects King George too.
Right.
So that's a regional issue that like, hey, like, wait a second here. If you're shorting us on whether it be Spotsylvania, Stafford, Caroline, Fredericksburg, if you're shorting us, that's putting an undue burden or more of a burden on the localities to have to pick that up, which is hurting the citizens because then you can't go out and answer calls that maybe you would do and then they wouldn't, they won't do, but you have to do. So all of a sudden now I don't have an officer for that. So are you lobbying the state government, like the state legislature, to be like, hey, look, you also need more funding for the state police so that way you can kind of free us up to do more of our work?
Not really. I'll be honest with you.
Is that something? Is that something that
for the sheriff's office and the sheriff?
Right.
To get it, I'm not really for the state police. I mean,
right. But I mean, I'm saying like we're talking to legislatures because it is putting an undue burden on. I mean, in the end, I know it is putting an undue burden on you, so it does affect you if they don't get the funding, and it ends up affecting you. because you can't be where you need to be.
Right, but I
So this
haven't-
is
right.
something that as a regional, like I think if you talk to any supervisor in Stafford, Spotsylvania, King George, they would be concerned about this.
The
because-
conversation would go something similar to this.
Yeah.
Hey, the state police is not there to do those
And-
additional calls, so
Right.
we need more funding locally, more so than asking them to give the state police more money. I mean, we're trying to
Right.
look out for the county.
Right.
That's a comp board thing.
Yeah, it's a comp board.
It's
Yes,
a
sir.
comp board.
Yes,
right.
sir. That is
But-
correct.
yeah,
It's a
but
valid
still-
point.
But I think sometimes they need to know that at the state level too, because sometimes, like, you're not an expert. And when you're on a board or whatever, you're not an expert on everything. And some people, sometimes they just don't know, people in that area don't know that that's what's happening.
Right.
So I think information that could be out there would be important to get that information out as well.
I agree.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
David, could I have slide number 1, please? I just wanted to, again, talk about funding for where the money's coming from for the county. We see here that the state money for schools in 2015 was $24 million. The state funding to schools in 2026 is $43 million. From the local government, we were at $9.5 million in 2015. Our contribution this year is $18.6 million.
No, that was what.
At least it may go up,
No,
yes.
that's what's required.
That's what's
That's
required.
26. I'm not looking at
So-
27. Can I add real quick? This, Mr. Underwood asked for this sheet. This is a lot of estimates because trying to find data from 2015 is, some of that's not easy to determine. So there's a spreadsheet that's done by the state every year in the Department of Education called Superintendent's Memo. And it's a calc tool. I don't necessarily have all the calc tools from 15 through, depending on who was finance director, whether I did them or they did them. So I went back and tried to recreate this data. As you move into the later years, Marcia Stevens, with the school system, adjusts some of the numbers in the calc tool other than ADM. So it's preschool initiative and this, that, and the other that makes some of those things different. And she wasn't here in those early years. So that state is an estimate. I'm not going to tell you that number is
Well,
that.
not to the penny, but it's.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the ballpark. And so the local share required is the second column.
Right.
And then the third column is what we actually budgeted. And then that shows the difference. We were over the local required.
So we have, what I wanted to show, we have given, the locality has given at least the required match every year.
Yes,
We have never underfunded schools at any year,
correct. And we're
based on the, wait a minute, let me finish. Based on the ADM.
correct.
If you go to the last column, in 2015, school ADM was 4,156. They budgeted in their budget 4,200. If you come down to 2026, 25, their budget 4,320, a difference of 150 kids. If you look at their ADM last year was 4,296, a difference of 139. The budget itself, you look at just the budget number from 25 versus 15, you're looking at $35 million difference for 150 kids. So I'm saying, I want you to realize that we're not underfunding schools. We've underfunded the sheriff's office. We've underfunded the public safety. We've underfunded our fire and rescue, and we're going to have to play catch up. I just want you to see, we have funded every year the state required monies, every year, and many years over.
Any questions on that? All right. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Sheriff.
I just want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to educate you on what our folks do and the challenges we face. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have our consent agenda. Any items in our consent agenda that any board member would like to pull off and discuss more thoroughly?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have motion and a second to accept the consent agenda as,
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, yes.
I just want to make sure we don't bypass it. Part of the consent agenda is celebration
Oh,
of National Library Week.
You're right.
Ms. Upshaw, our librarian, is here. I know she wanted to hear that. That's all. Thank you, sir.
Fair enough. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? All right, we have adopted our consent agenda. We are at 7:28. We will go ahead and do public comment now, if we're good with that. And we'll just go slowly to hit the 7:30 number. But if anybody would like to come down and get us started with our public comment, this is open to any topic that is not already on the agenda for this evening as a public hearing. You will have a separate opportunity to speak regarding those issues. And it also includes, you cannot speak about any other public hearing that has not been decided upon by the board. So you direct your comments to the board, not an individual. Try to keep them positive as best you can. And if anybody would like to get us started, this is your time. Please come on down. We've opened up public comment. She's consistent. Good evening.
Good evening, Board. Bonnie Cannon, I live on South Main Street in Mr. Seeley's district. I know you have the upcoming public hearing in just a little bit, but I wasn't sure what my comment is. I was to bring it up then, or whether I should come down here and ask during comment. So I thought it was a comment, not during the public hearing. So y'all correct me, tell me no, you're at the wrong time, okay? I have this executive summary here that was on the website relation tonight. If I'm not mistaken, in past years, I know y'all had a work session, I believe, March 31st pertaining to this budget process that you're going to discuss tonight with the public hearing. I'm pretty sure I came to a meeting the month before, years ago. A presentation was given about the budget at a meeting here prior to the night that you vote on the rate increase. I'm kind of disappointed I don't see, this is 2 pages here, I guess, right here what I'm reading. Approximately telling about the rate increase proposed, whatever. Y'all got it. I don't see any wants, needs, proposals, anything. What I don't understand. You're going to vote tonight on something. I don't know what you're voting on. I have no idea what your wants, need. I don't know what's going on. I just don't feel like there's not enough information that was presented that I know anything about. You're going to vote, possibly raise the rate. I don't know why. For what? And I just feel like there should have been more information provided for citizens to read about. So this is why I'm asking you now at comment, because I didn't think it was right to bring it up at the public hearing. So I feel like I'm out there and I don't know nothing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Anyone else like to come up?
Good evening, Chairman Forehand, members of the board, Kevin Collins, Reedy Church District. I kind of want to piggyback off what the last speaker said. I was doing a bit of research on the county website the last week or two in regards to the public hearing coming up tonight that has been pulled off the docket. And of course, the tax rate as well. And it's like Groundhog Day for me because I've been down this path before and I've requested it from the county before. Those are up-to-date meeting minutes, which are vital to the community to understand what happens at meetings. Some citizens may not have 4.5, 5.5, sometimes 6 hours to sit and watch these meetings and digest everything. Therefore, a concise synopsis is usually needed. And by state law, it's required. A FOIA was submitted almost a year and a half, 2 years ago at this point, requesting meeting minutes to be created because at the time there were none. Went on the county website and lo and behold, the last meeting minutes that we have approved and are on the website are from April of 2025. That is a full year of meetings that this county does not have access to the minutes. Hundreds of hours of meeting that have not been documented properly in the county. How are we still allowing this? You know, you talk about transparency and wanting to be open with citizens, and we can't even go on the county website and read meeting minutes from past meetings. So I do understand what the last speaker was talking about. We've got all this information. We're looking at almost an 11.5% tax increase, and we can't go back and look at meeting minutes to see what was discussed, what was voted upon. We have to rely on watching videos. It's unacceptable in this day and age that we can't put together meeting minutes. It's embarrassing. I mean, I have to, do my job and document what I do on a daily basis. And if I don't, I get reprimanded. It doesn't seem like there's been any repercussions for the poor management of meeting minutes and keeping track of what's going on in this county. I would ask each of you to contact who you need to contact in the county here and find out why we don't have these minutes. Why can't residents see this stuff? I think I'll cut it off there. I had a lot to say regarding the data center that was pulled from the agenda tonight. I'm glad to see that. It was a flawed plan. It was a flawed project from the start, and hopefully the developer will come back with something that actually provides technology and innovation for the county instead of a drain on our resources. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else like to speak? Come on down. Anyone else? All right. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close our public comment. We will take a brief recess, about 15 minutes, looking at probably about 10 till 8. We'll reconvene, same location, and we'll see you in about 15. Thank you. April 14th, 2026 board meeting. And we will move right into our public hearings. So our proposed tax rate public hearing for tax year 2026. Mr. Kelly, is that you? All right.
Microphone's never in the right place. If I need to, yeah, I saw you got it. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we are here tonight. We have advertised a public hearing on proposed tax rates. The only rate proposed to be changed is the real estate rate that was advertised at a 6-cent increase would take it from 52 cent per hundred to 58 cent per hundred. As you see in your packet, all other rates, personal property and other rates all remained the same as 25, and some of those remain the same as years before. Included in your packet, Alan did a great table on home values at the various rates up to 58 cent from houses at 100,000 to houses at 800,000. And as that works up, that's a $100,000 houses at the 58 cents, a $60 annual increase. At the average home value was about 275,000, so you go to about 300,000, and the annual increase on 300 is 180 or $15 a month. Obviously, goes up from there in those same increments. Glad to answer any questions. We went over the budget part of this as far as the need for that, and we'll be having a budget public hearing in May. We hope. We still don't have a state budget. And they haven't even started to meet on the state budget, so we really don't know our state numbers yet to include in our budget. And so we're here just to hear public comment on the proposed tax rate. And you, of course, staff encourages you to adopt a rate. Doesn't have to be the 58, but to adopt a rate, so the commissioner's office and the treasurer can work together to get the tax bills out, so that they can be back for the June 5th deadline.
Mr. Kelly, do you have any insight into what other localities have already approved? It's okay to say no.
Alan had a sheet on what they're proposing. I don't know what they've approved yet. Spotsy, I thought I've heard what they approved, but I don't want to quote.
Yeah. I don't know. I looked online, Mr. Forehand, and saw that Stafford was at 98 and a half.
Okay, so
Henrico 83, King George
Was Stafford,
68.
is that an adopted or a proposed?
Proposed. I don't know whether they've adopted, but 98.5 per 100.
Mr. Parton, I think, has a chart that's coming to us.
All right, great.
Prince George had proposed an 81. Hanover is at 81. They've been at 81 for years. They reassess every year. Trust me. Powhatan 77.
Charlie, that's Hanover. You said reassesses every year.
Every year.
What is their increase yearly?
12, 6, 9. Sometimes my land goes a little bit down. My house has gone up every year since I've moved there in 21.
So
but the rate's been 81 the whole time.
We do 4 or 5 years.
We do 4, try to do 4, and then we go down and equalize, or and then go up like 2 cents.
But our 4 years means it's probably gone up 20-25% in the 4-year time frame, right?
Well, yeah, we went up 60 this last time, but we also adjusted down from 50 to 52. So we came from 78 down to 52.
Yeah, but it was really just a comparison to Hanover doing every year, going up 5 or 10% every year.
Yeah, yes.
And we go up.
We don't do that
every 4 years.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that's most large jurisdictions. They have an assessment department. They go up they reassess your property every year. Most smaller counties don't, because it's a cost to run the department. Is in trying to keep enough assessors employed, because if you run a department and your assessor quits and you've only got one, then you're not getting any work done while you're trying to hire another assessor. You can get really behind. I know that happened to Gloucester one time.
We had an assessor many, many years ago.
Mr. Cully, before our adjusted rate, Mr. Chairman, can I go ahead, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. before we did our assessment a couple of years ago, our rate was
78.
78.
Yeah, we've been 77 and went up 1 penny to 78.
So the rate is reflective of the equalization of tax dollars, right?
Correct.
And then we tacked on the 2 cent
Correct.
to the rate. Actually, we're 50 point something, just almost 2 cent, right?
Right, 52. We're at 52.
52.
We went from 50 to 52.
So the rate itself is a number that's indicative of the equalization. So the raw number itself, 78 cent or 98 cent, only gets a locality to equalization from before, and then you determine the amount of money needed. Am I correct? Or I'm on the right track?
Sort of, yes. I mean, but somebody's tax rate in any given locality is what's applied to whatever the property is worth. So if
Correct.
somebody's house is worth 100,000 in Caroline and 100,000 in Hanover, Caroline currently is 52 cent and Hanover is 81.
Right. So I don't want people to think that because you see the tax rate of 98 cent or 89 cent elsewhere, they don't mean the same thing other than an equalized rate for that locality.
Yeah, but that's what
And it's not relative to Stafford's 98 cent is not relative to Caroline County in terms of the tax rate.
It's relative for the exact equal house. So a $400,000
for
house
the
in
locality.
Stafford, $400,000 house in Stafford, it's 98 cents on it. A $400,000 house here is currently 52, may go up if you vote for it to 58. So they're paying more tax on the same price house in any location if their tax rate's higher than ours.
Correct.
But what they gain is way more money.
More money, correct.
Because their per penny value is greater than ours.
Much higher.
Theirs in millions versus
right.
our $500,000, $600,000.
Correct.
But can I add one thing on that too?
Now, Mr. Cully, I want just, a couple questions about, can I go on, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Can I do a point on that
Sure,
one
go
point you
ahead.
just mentioned?
Go ahead, Mr.
Because it was real quick.
I'll yield.
A $400,000 house in Caroline is drastically different than a $400,000 house in Stafford or Fairfax or those kind of
Those are
places.
smaller in those localities.
Right. But the point I had is I have an old historical tax spreadsheet, and it was 53 cents in 2008, 72 cents in 2012, 83 cents in 27, 77 in 21, and then we went to 78 in 24, and now 52. So the rate changes, but the amount of tax we're paying, the bump is not quite as drastic. And I think that's what we need to see when we talk numbers. Thank you, Mr. Underwood. I yield back to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Good. So, Mr. Cully, just to make sure I'm on the right track with this, with our budget increase, we asked for a rate of 6 cents. If we look at last year's budget, the state increased funding to schools right now is what we're believing, right? That's over $1 million that we're going to have to match. The local match is required.
That's what the schools anticipated, but we don't know because they haven't.
We don't know, but
finished the
that's what
budget.
we're anticipating,
They told
correct?
us $1,030,000 is the minimum.
So in order to gain that revenue, that's 2 cents of tax rate. Is that correct?
Close. That's
Close.
right.
Then, according to the state, now we're giving the deductions. We're losing money for disabled veterans and
100% disabled veterans.
100%
and
disabled.
the various other programs that the state has got.
that the state has said that we have
tax
to
exempt.
follow.
Correct. Tax exempt property.
That's another $1 million that we're losing, right?
Correct.
So before you ever start your budget process, you are already 4 cents beneath in the hole, basically, with the 2 cents to schools for the $1 million, plus the 2 cents to the state for the deductions. So right now you're already at $2 million. I mean, yeah.
the commissioner would have to answer that, how much growth it was in that tax exempt program, whether that's all the way to 2 cents. I can't answer that.
But
But the
it looks like
school
it's gonna be
number,
close.
the school number, it could be.
School number's close.
Yeah, I know that all of our growth in real estate property, so the new property built, whether it's business or houses, the growth in that at 52 cents was basically eaten
up,
up
right.
by tax
So,
exempt.
right.
Now, what that delta is, I don't know whether that's 2 cent, 1 cent, or
Right.
I don't know
Well,
that.
Okay.
So I don't want to commit to that.
So we're going to, for assumption's sake, and I know what happens when you assume, but we're going to assume that's 2 cents to keep us on the 6 cent that we said we've asked for increase. And then fire and rescue have asked for 3 additional personnel in
Almost
addition
15.
to
1.3 was their
1.3.
raises. And then
So-
another 600,000. So
So that's 6 cents.
that's 4 cent.
So that 6 cents is eaten up
Correct.
before we ever get off the dime.
You have,
Correct.
yes, you have about 2 million, and it's a PowerPoint I put up at your place,
Right.
but I think it's about 2,000,008 in just
Increase.
one-time things. One is that 1 million to the schools, another 699 for health insurance. I have
666,000.
660. I proposed 1 million to go to. It would come out of the general fund, but would go to. It's an increase in the overall expenditures to capital projects on the county side, and then there's another 1,000,003, I think, to the school capital projects, which also covers buying school buses. Those have gone up to 900,000. So it's new things in the general fund of
Correct.
2.68 million, not counting the raises or new positions.
Correct. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. All right. So we've
Public hearing, if you're
presented, so we're ready to do the public hearing. Okay. All right. With that, we will go ahead and open up our public hearing on the 2026 tax rate. If you would like to comment on this, again, it's similar to before, specific to the tax rate. There will be other public hearings for environmental regulations next. So if you have the comments for that, save that for then. But if you want to comment, come on down. You get 3 minutes to discuss this topic. Anybody? Hello again.
Good evening again, board members. Bonnie Cannon, Bowling Green District. I would like to emphasize the fact to you, our board, that Caroline County has a lot of senior retired people that live on a fixed income. And it is a very difficult economy for us right now as we live our lives every day. When my husband and I retired 15 or so years ago, at that time, we had no idea at this time now that we will be living like we are now with this economy and the cost of living. So y'all really, really need to consider and think about us also and all other residents, not just us, every single resident in the county. You need to think about the position that they're all in right now with this excessive economy. I've never lived it like this in my life before. I grew up in Caroline County, born and raised here. I've never seen anything like it. Anyway, I got a couple more comments. With a huge reassessment that occurred last year in 2025, y'all raised the taxes 2 cents above the equalized rate, which made it 52 cents a hundred. So how? I had this in all caps. How can you even consider raising the tax rate again with the current state of our economy? And all of us, and even our audience, everybody knows who J.D. Parrish is, I believe. I read some of J.D. Parrish's consumer comments Friday in a survey, and I found it most interesting, and I would like to share that with y'all because it relates to this. 65% of American consumers today are saying increases are outpacing their income, according to J.D. Parrish's survey. Also, according to Consumer Price Index on Friday, this past Friday, gasoline alone rose 21.2% in March. Some 50%, 56%, this is also J.D. Parrish, 56% of Americans say everyday life has become less affordable on any purchase they make now, especially when you go to the grocery store. And I think everybody in this room knows what I'm talking about. And I have one last comment pertaining to us. We all know what a turnip is, right? So I'm putting myself in the place of the turnip. You cannot get the juice out of a turnip if it's not there. Thank you very much, council. Board. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Foreman, members of the board. Mary Hodge, Bowling Green District. I know the board is going to do what you want, but as a senior citizen also, here's my input regarding the tax increase. And I understand that there are county employees that are most certainly deserving of raises, especially in this expensive economy. However, in my opinion, those raises should come from your budgetary process and not relying on we citizens to fund them. Our properties were just reassessed last year, and even though you made an effort to equalize the tax rate, most county citizen property and landowners' taxes did rise. Add into that the 1 cent tax increase that you last authorized, even though Mr. Cully stated that we had a budget surplus. I'm a saver, and I don't mind putting a little extra in the bank, but right now I think we citizens need that money in our own pockets. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? Good evening.
Good evening. Nice to see you guys again. Kevin Collins, Reedy Church District. I think we need to look at the budget from a resident standpoint, and realize that every item in this budget is important to someone. It's not important to everyone, but it's important to someone. And I think we need to really take a look at the spending in this county and make some tough decisions. Just like the families are doing in Caroline County right now. There are families that have to adjust their budget, perhaps not spend as much on certain items while spending more on the essentials. I think Caroline needs to do that. I think we need to be better stewards of our money, especially the schools. I was in the way back. I didn't have Mr. Underwood's slide that he created to actually look at the numbers, but it appears that the school funding has significantly increased, but the actual students have really not that much. Perhaps it's time to really look at our spending in the county. Public safety, yeah, we need to fund public safety. We know that. Making more competitive starting salary for sheriffs is a no-brainer. I work in a competing locality, and I see it on a day-to-day basis that other localities are going to pay more, and that's understandable. But I have not heard one person on this board talk about how we can make some cuts to afford the essentials. And I really think we need to do a better job at that. Everyone in this room has to do that. I don't think anyone in this room is independently wealthy to where they don't have to worry about money or paying bills. If they are, great, that more power to them. But, you know, I didn't take a 2-week vacation this year because fuel prices are expensive. Everything has gone up. The cost of you know, every item. I've made those difficult decisions. You know, you scale back on what's not needed in tight times, and we're not really in, I would say, super tight times, but it's tough living day to day. And then on top of this, have to face an 11.5% increase in taxes. I'm not saying not to raise taxes. I'm not saying to raise taxes. I'm saying do better at spending our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Come on up. Anyone? All right, not seeing anyone coming forward, we'll go ahead and close our public hearing on the proposed tax rates. So I'll turn it back over to the board. Any discussions and any action you want to take?
Is it, Mr. Chairman,
Mhm.
Mr. Coley, are you
Mr. Cullen?
around? Is he there? I mean, we talked about this during the work session and afterwards. What would be the financial implication of delaying some of the 24 positions?
We've only got 9 positions in as recommended. So if you cut those to January, we'd cut that in half.
What's that dollar amount?
Take it from 892,905 to 446,452.
Say that again, 452?
452 and 66 cents, so 453. So basically from 900,000 to 450.
That's, yeah, almost, not quite, but
Not quite a penny.
almost a penny. And if we did, because these are things we talked about during the work session before, and not everybody had access to us discussing this during the work session, but the pay increases for county employees, public safety, I think the 1.9 was the number that they mentioned before, and if we delayed that until January, we'd probably save another 900,000.
Except that next year, you're gonna have the whole amount and we'll have to do another tax increase to catch up. So
Mr. Chairman, can I finish?
you
my
can't
question?
push that off.
Let's let him finish that thought.
I got 1.5. Cost of 1.95. So half of that would be $1 million.
Almost 2 cents, so that's,
But that doesn't, that's built in, baked in next year.
right,
With,
and
with no other new employees or moving any of those needles that you talked about, either with sheriff's deputies or fire and rescue that they're going to hit you with next year.
then
But
we saw, did they leave? I can't see them. Chief Loftus and sheriff
probably not.
had other
They've got
positions for the next couple of years
Correct.
anyhow.
Yeah, the sheriff's already was
All right.
15 down, so if you pick up 3 this year, then he's still got 12 more he's going to
Right.
be asking for, and Chief Loftus the same way
Okay.
over time. But yeah, that would be I would agree with Mr. Seeley. If delaying that, but putting those people on in January without the tax rate to support that, then makes that a built-in increase next year.
Or built-in revenue increase that may cover that. But I know how conservative you are with revenue, so you wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, I don't see
It
that.
may be there, but that's another story. We don't necessarily know what the commissioner of revenue has in his revenue bag that we don't know about either.
Yeah, I know about most big buildings, and so I think we know where those are, and I don't believe that that's going to hit until late in that FY27, if not FY28 budget cycle.
And I understand. I don't know if we could ask him. And I understand what you're saying. If we delay the raises or delay the hiring, we save money this year, but we still have to account for that money next year. I understand that, and I'm trying to do what people said because I'm one of the people Mrs. Cannon mentioned, and I've got a lot of those constituents that I represent. So where, if anywhere, can we, delay our spending so that we could eventually reduce the tax rate or the proposed rate?
Let me help you. We discussed several years ago about not adding grant positions to the budget. We allowed schools to add 24 grant positions into the budget. That's about $2.2 million.
But we didn't allow that.
Well, yeah, we did.
We don't
because
control that.
We controlled the funding mechanism. So what we have to look at, and nobody wants to make the tough decisions, but that's why we're sitting here, is to make those tough decisions and call it a ball, and a strike. Those 24 positions, or the money for those grant positions, could have been used for teacher pay raises and not come out of the general budget. We have money in the general fund, a very nice general fund balance, but we can't use that money for the budget. That's where we lose our bond rating.
We use a small portion of that to balance
the budget, but we still don't want to do that.
Right. And I'm proposing 2,300,000 and some thousand. I remember the number off the top of my head, but to go to capital from
the general
fund balance, along with in the general fund itself of 120,000 for one-time vehicle purchases.
Right.
So we can spend that fund balance down legitimately without our
That's not the
bonding.
difference in expenditures and revenue we normally see year over year.
You say it is.
It's not.
Yeah, we've in the past, in this current year that we're in, FY25, we did budget to come out of the fund balance, but 26 we did not. The only thing that's in the 26 budget is from the fund balance to capital or one-time purchases of vehicles. Yeah, so it's not balancing. The 26 budget should balance itself, revenues to expenditure.
So that's why I said when I started that because of new funds that are required by the state, we have to give schools the matching money, $1 million. Whatever the matching number is.
Yeah, whatever the required
match is.
Correct.
We don't have any choice about that increase.
No, we can't be below that.
We don't have any choice about giving the deductions for disabled veterans and
correct.
That's another $1 million that comes out of the state programs that comes out of the budget. So we don't have any choice. So we're already $2 million in the hole, as I stated earlier, before we ever start the budget process, because the state increase funding for schools means we have to increase funding.
Correct.
So we have to come up with 4 cents of either cuts or revenue in order to offset that before we ever start. And we haven't done that.
And that's before giving a raise or adding a single position.
That's before giving a
Correct.
raise or doing anything. We're forcing it, we're 2 million in the hole because of programs we have no control over. That's why it's critical that, and I keep saying that we look at those and we call and make the tough decisions, because we can see what we're doing to fire and rescue. We can see what we're doing to sheriff's office because we haven't funded those folks in the past, and now we got to pay the piper. So that's where we are. So we're going to have to make some tough decisions, because the commercial part of the county is not going to even throw the additional funds in for another 2 years.
Most likely.
So we're going to be at the same place we are now next year, because the industrial side or commercial side of county business has not started to produce. So
It's
this
just
is not a one-act pony. It's going to happen again and again before we see some daylight.
Well, there's a lot of things you work on. It just takes multiple years. When REC was here the last time, and then they,
Correct.
you know, the lot that they're going to do is provide a lot of value on that property that they've acquired down there in Carmel Church. But that coming in through Public Service Corporation revenue to us, you know, is years out, because they said, you know, they hope to get going in 29, you know, have it available in 29 or 30. So there's things on the horizon to be very positive, but they're just out there,
They're just out there, right.
multiple budget cycles away.
They're not within our reach right now.
Correct.
And what
We
we're
know
talking
they're
about
there.
is right now.
Right.
What's it?
That's all we can
Within our
tax is
reach.
if they've got to have at least a temporary CO in some giant building for the commissioner to be able to get in there and provide.
That's why I asked the sheriff, as much as I know he needs positions, would you rather have positions or would you rather have pay raise to keep your force? We got to make some tough decisions. And I think people will respect us for making the tough decision if it's taking care of personnel and they can see down the road where you're going. But we have to paint a clear picture of where we're going.
Mr. Forehand. Yeah, I know that none of us, because everybody up here has to pay taxes.
Somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah, we all do. And no one likes it. But I tell you what, no one likes is picking up a phone and needing help and them not being there. You don't want your services when you need them. And everybody needs to survive. And that means you can't expect employees to work for nothing. I'm a senior too. You know, it hits us all. And you cut in other little ways. But I wish if we had had the presentation we had from Chief Loftus and Sheriff Moser tonight a couple weeks ago, you might have seen another number than what we advertised. You can't expect these people to be trained and to give their 8 hours or 12 hours a day away from their family and not have a living wage. And so that comes from us. So I support the advertised rate. I want everybody in this county to be safe. I want to have the funds to do our match with the schools. And I want to keep the employees. They deserve to have a paycheck that doesn't bounce. And we are totally right in thinking there are some good things coming up in Caroline County, but they're going to take time to get here. Businesses have to be built. They have to be advertised. They have to get all the permits. It's just going to take a little bit of time, but hang in there with us. We will get there. And in the meantime, look at the rates of the other counties around you, the other rural counties, and be thankful that you live in Caroline. Thank you.
And I will, just for the benefit of the folks at home that don't have the paper that I have in front of me, this is a summary of tax rates for comparable localities along the 95 corridor and then some to our east and west. Stafford is proposing a 98.5 cent tax rate plus a 1.4% levy for fire. So you're right at $1. Prince George County, the county similar to us, 81 cents per 100. Hanover, 81 cents. Powhatan is 77 cents. Spotsylvania, 77.6. Louisa, 72. King George, for the first time in a long time, is going to be below us at 56 if we pass our rate. Dinwiddie County, 64 cents. Orange County, 62. That is a reassessment year with an increase in assessments of almost 17%. King William, 61.5. New Kent, equalized rate of 54, and then they're moving to 59. Essex, don't have data on. Goochland, 53. King and Queen, 55. And then Caroline is proposed to be 58. So just giving you a snapshot of where we are regarding rates. And a lot of these localities have higher median home values. For example, King George has a $489,000 median value. Orange County, 418. Spotsylvania, 474. Stafford, 510. And then Caroline, 315. So again, just data points for each and every person that if they want to compare apples and apples. On the grand scale of things, we have cheaper real estate, cheaper homes, and a lesser tax rate. So that is a good thing as I see it. We also have a higher home ownership rate than a lot of our neighboring counties, which I also see as a good rate, a good thing, and that promotes generational wealth. So a lot of good things happening here. And again, it's up to the board to figure out what we want to do. I just want to give that data point for those at home and those in the audience so we can have all the facts, or at least all the data points. Thank you. All right, we'll entertain a motion or further discussion. I think
Yes,
I closed
he
it,
did.
yes.
That's how I ended up here. We did.
We're going to table this to the next meeting, or we're going to talk about it more, or we're going to make a motion?
No, I'll make a motion that we set the tax rate at the 58 cent per 100 as advertised.
Okay. We have a motion to move the tax rate from 52 to 58 cents per 100. Do we have a second?
I'll go ahead and second that.
All right, second by Mr. Black. Any discussion by the board?
Please. Is there any way we can look at a rate lower than that by figuring out something 500,000, 600,000 that we can put off right now? I can't, I see the need. I think we all see the need. I have a hard time with more than a 10% increase. We never even looked at personal property tax, which could have affected everybody or more people and spread the effects a little more. So that's the only thing I'm looking at. If nobody else wants to look at that.
I think we have to look at every category. We've gone through cursory, but like I said, $1 saved here is $1 saved there. But I think first thing to do is we have to determine if we have a motion on the floor that we have to vote on first, so we can entertain a different rate. So, by Rob's rules of orders, we have to have discussion on the motion.
Well, that was my discussion on the motion. Is there any way we could do
That's
something lower?
Your discussion's on the new rate. So I think we have to determine if there's an appetite for, or let that die.
We'd have to disposition this motion in a second, yes, before we have another motion.
Well, that's my discussion. Is I'm trying to find a way to not raise it that much.
All right, we do
Call
have a
for a
motion
vote,
in a
Mr.
second.
Chairman.
Any other discussion?
I will add my piece, and I have no problem looking at. I agree with Ms. Long's sentiments, what she said earlier, and I think Mr. Seeley had brought up in the work session. He had a famous question: where do we cut? And when you start talking about cutting, 1 cent is $500,000. It's fire and rescue and sheriff's office, obviously CCSO, and then the schools are our biggest, things that we fund. But there are other departments that are in serious needs. We heard from planning we're behind the 8 ball on some of the stuff. I'm getting calls from constituents that, we're getting stuff in for permits and it's taking months because we don't have the proper staff. I think we've heard from some of that. So how we come up with, we can definitely take a look at that. I have absolutely no problem with that. And however, taking a meat cleaver to the budget is going to be tough because I think Mr. Cully over the years has been pretty thin on, pretty lean on his budgets as far as we've seen department chair requests compared to what Mr. Cully's final budget is. So I don't want to do anything that's going to endanger the operation of this county. As far as, and it doesn't have to be, we're not just talking about Caroline County Sheriff's Office or the fire department, but other departments too have to operate. Our Parks and Rec department, that's the, outside of the schools and the sheriff's office and fire, that's probably the biggest face of the county. People doing, where we trim and having to come up with $500,000, we can most certainly take a look, but my concern is we're already lean in certain areas, and you can see by other counties' budgets. And I certainly empathize with Ms. Cannon. I do, I really do. I'm a taxpayer. I know like younger teachers in my profession who are just starting out, they just don't make a ton of money. And so they're scraping to meet ends meet. Senior citizens, I get it. In the end, for me, I have been fortunate not having to call 911 too many times in my life, but I do know this: when I call 911, and Sheriff Mosher and Chief Loftus, they've always been there when there's been concerns, and I want to make sure that that is taken care of. Like, we have to make sure that that in the schools are taken care of. And I just don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul, I guess, in the end. So I think they do a fine job, but we have to help them out. So those are my comments. Those are my 2 cents. So thank you.
All right. Any other discussion before we push a vote? All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt the proposed rate of 58 cents per 100. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 We'll do a roll call vote just for good measure. Mr. Black?
Aye.
Mr. Thomas?
Aye.
I vote aye. Mr. Seeley?
I vote aye.
Ms. Long?
Aye.
Mr. Underwood? All right, we have 4-2. Motion carries. The new rate is 58 cents per 100. All right, with that, we'll move on to public hearing number 2 for the evening. That is item number 4 on the agenda, proposed amendments to Chapter 45 of the Code of Caroline County, which are environmental regulations. Want to discuss those? Oh, we're already ready. All right, carry on.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As we spoke during the first reading of this item, this is a proposed code amendment to repeal and replace Chapter 45 of Caroline County Code and Environmental Regulations. This code change is necessitated by the audit that was done of the county's E&S program year before last now. And one of the things that the DEQ noted during the audit process is that our ordinance was out of date and not in compliance with the current regulations. And so this document is a model ordinance document that is specifically for jurisdictions that do not participate in the stormwater program. As you know, we opt out of the stormwater portion of the state's program and only function for E&S. And so this ordinance was put together with the help of our council and includes some of the items that we adopted last year, specifically the items regarding stockpiles, because that was not a part of the model ordinance. And so we did include it in this ordinance so we didn't lose anything that we had just recently adopted. And so it essentially updates the code references. All of the definitions are essentially the same. It adds some of the verbiage of new definitions. And like I said, the most notable change, I think, is just the addition of our adopted regulations regarding stockpiles, which were included in the document. And council was satisfied that the addition of that language did not create a more restrictive code as provided by Virginia law. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. But other than that,
It sounds like we don't have a lot of choice and we're complying with state law.
that is correct, sir.
Okay, all right. We'll go and open up our public hearing. Anyone that'd like to speak regarding our proposed amendments to Chapter 45 of the Code of Caroline County, which are environmental regulations. Public hearing is now open. Please come forward if you'd like to speak. Anybody? Last call. Anyone like to speak regarding updating Chapter 45 of the Code of Caroline County? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public hearing. And we will, any questions by the board on items before we push this to a vote or some sort of conclusion?
Need a motion?
Yeah, I'll entertain a motion if somebody wants to give it.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to
I so
adopt.
move.
And we have do we have a second?
I'll second.
And we have a second by Mr. Seeley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Item number 5 has been removed.
We have another.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
Before we move out of public hearings, I just wanted to clarify for the record on our prior on the rates on item 3. You set the real estate rate, but the agenda packet also discusses confirming the other tax rates and the PPTRA rate.
Okay.
I think it could be inferred from your motion that you approved everything that's in the agenda, but just to clarify for the record, I think it would be helpful to have a motion, and you could do at this point a separate motion to say, to establish the rate of personal property tax relief. This is what the agenda says: to be provided to the county taxpayers under the PPTRA at 25% of the first $20,000 in value on qualifying vehicles for the tax year 2026, and then Mr. Parton, maintain all other tax rates, or do you want something like that?
Yeah, maintaining the other tax rates,
Yeah.
I think, is what we've done in the past.
Yes. So just to clarify,
Can we
for the
make the
record.
motion that he just,
Can we just say what you said as a?
can we just
Sure.
reference
Yeah,
your?
and again,
your-
it's in the packet, but I just want to clarify
To
for the record.
reiterate, I'll make the motion as stated.
Okay.
Second.
All right, motion is second to adopt the other tax rates as presented, including the 25% of the first $20,000 in value of qualifying vehicles for tax year 2026. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item number 5 has been removed. We have on item number 6, a new business update on Caroline East Valley Grant 2023.
Good evening, Chair, honorable board members. David Sadler, IT Director for Caroline County, as well as the Project Manager for VADI 2023. I'm here this evening to update the board as we have on a regular basis on the progress of the project, as well as request an extension to the project, which we'll discuss later on. So this grant was awarded by DHCD. It was originally termed to run from October 23rd, 2023 through October 23rd, 2026. Because of the size of the project, it was always expected to be a 3-year project. This project was broadband expansion to the unserved areas east of Route I-95. It was a joint project, or it is a joint project between Breezeline, Caroline County, and the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development. The project, it would propose to build approximately 439 miles of fiber and serve approximately 3,910 unserved locations in Caroline. This project focused mostly on rural areas since the highly populated, densely populated areas were already covered by existing internet service providers. I'm pleased to announce that as of tonight, the areas that are shaded in blue, which is all areas south of the 207-301 line, that's not AP Hill, of course, are now served by Breeze Line, and customers can place an order. There's just a few houses down at the very bottom of the map. If you see there, GCV 08, which is along Route 30 over to King William. There's just a few more addresses that should be released this week to complete that. So that will be all addresses south of that area. In May, we expect to release 18, 19, and 20. These are the areas, Route 207, Ladysmith Road, and north of Ladysmith Road. And some areas south of Ladysmith Road over along Bull Church down to Golensville. That would be May.
Is 18, that road, is that Balti Road?
That is Golensville.
Golensville Road.
Yeah, Balti's already served. So that, but it's Golensville Road west of Balti. So there's a section over around Smith's Dairy Farm through there.
Right.
That was not covered in the earlier project. This goes through and completes it all the way to Route 1. So June, we would move on up to GCV 22 and 21, expected to release in June. This is Route 2, 605, across, all the way across to Route 1. So that's an area, and then up north of that into the Guinea area, up near the railroad tracks and across the railroad tracks. So that those areas that's pictured on the map here should release in June. Then in July, we have GCV 24, 23, and 25. So this is the area far northern part of the county along the Spotsylvania County line. Those areas should complete in June, July timeframe. And then the last area is GCV 26, which is along Route 17 from the Spotsylvania County line at New Post and down to the existing project that was already expanded back in 21. Once that's completed, that would be all major unserved areas in Caroline. So far, this project has completed over 198 miles of fiber. That's 198 miles that's completed, with a lot more fiber that's in the ground that just has not reached that completed stage. 2,170 homes in this project alone, thanks to the support of you, the board, now have internet that never had it before through an internet service provider. So already 2,170 homes. So it's making a huge difference already. Currently, work is going on in multiple zones, most of which are north of that 207-301 corridor. So if you've made a trip across Ladysmith Road to Bowling Green over the last week or two, some of that work is this project. There's also other expansion projects that are going on as well. So there's a lot of work going on right now. Residents that live north of Ladysmith Road up into the Woodford area will start seeing construction shortly. Paperwork's already been released. Permits have already been filed with VDOT, so there'll be a lot of construction going on. Time-wise, you notice that it took us a long time to get that area south done. But that was because there was a lot of planning, design, and engineering going on during that entire time. And the areas south of that line cover a lot more miles. So as we move further north, those areas are much smaller, much more condensed and more populated. So we expect that the total miles of the project will be less than what was originally estimated. So the total, we expect it to be under the 439 miles. The majority of the project is on track to complete before October 2026. However, there is remaining work in specific areas after this date that will be required to be done. It's due to the inability of the work in agricultural fields, has a lot to do with it. So Rappahannock Electric Co-op, in order to allow the expansion of the network system, has to do work in agricultural fields. A lot of it involves replacing poles or putting taller poles in. Unfortunately, during planting season, which is now, through October, which is the end of the project, REC is unable to get onto those agricultural fields. So that's one reason why Breeze Line is requesting an extension. The other reason is that as we build the project, and there's no way for us really to predict how that works, but as they're building the project through the southern half of the county, about 220 homes have been identified that are on long driveways or private driveways. And a lot of it, for example, this board has been discussing family subdivisions. So you put 3 or 4 houses on a private road, Breeze Line can't legally build down that private road without an easement from each property owner that they touch. So in order to avoid us wrapping up the project and making people that live in those long private driveways responsible for the construction, Breeze Line is seeking a 6-month extension to the project. So that gives them an additional 6 months to try to get as many of those private roads and private drives built. So I guess tonight, part of my mission is to get the word out to the citizens of Caroline that if you live on a long drive or a private drive that's in a Breeze Line project area, reach out to Breeze Line. There's contact information on the website. Breeze Line is reaching out to those property owners.
That was going to be my question. Do we know the addresses of those?
We do. They're in the process of changing, because what happens, you have a long driveway that has 3 or 4 houses on it. Well, the one person at the end of their driveway really wants internet, so he reaches out to Breeze Line. So that automatically starts the process. Breeze Line then reaches out to try to get the rest of them. So that list is changing as we speak, but we are in the process of getting an accurate list of those addresses. Breeze Line has already reached out. They're getting a lot of really good response. But what we're trying to do is we don't want to end the project and wrap it up and have a bunch of people left out that now have to pay the high cost of building that fiber. So that's one reason.
If I may. Yes.
Plus, David, I think we've said during the broadband committee meetings and other things, REC changed the rate for connecting to their poles during the process. So it's costs a little bit more money to Breeze Line, and I guess that helps delay them a little bit.
It is due to the aging condition of the poles in Caroline. The cost in Caroline to attach to a pole is much higher than it was in King William, for example. So there's a lot of those challenges. But REC has been working with us to get that work done. Unfortunately, their hands are tied now when the fields get planted. So what will end up happening is Breeze Line will continue to build all of the fiber that they can build underground, which is quite a bit along the roads. But they will have to leave out some spans that go across those agricultural fields that unfortunately it will be October, November timeframe before they're able to even get back in to work on those. So for that reason, you have in your packet a letter from Breeze Line requesting a 6-month extension. The letter is to Caroline County. We are the grant holder with DHCD, so that we actually have to request DHCD to give us an extension. We've already been in talks with DHCD over the last month or so, and it's not unusual for this to happen. So they are expecting it. We don't anticipate there being a problem. That would make the new deadline to the project April of 2027. So it would move from October of 26 to April. And so if you as a board would entertain a request to DHCD and take action, we will reach out to DHCD and request that extension.
You just need a motion, or does Mr. Cully need to do a formal document?
It would be a motion to extend, to request an extension. Just to give you an idea, some of the reasons behind the 6-month delay, weather. We had a month that VDOT would not allow any construction on any roadway. So they were told that they had to take the trucks off the road and keep them off the road until VDOT allowed them to go back on. So that was a month. And then again, the utility coordination, getting REC to replace the poles, getting them to replace the poles in agricultural fields, that's a delay. And then property access due to easement issues. So if the long drives, if they don't have easements, they're working to get those. Again, they've sent out their letters. And in your packet, I have a copy of a letter that I would like for you to consider. I don't think that would require board action, but if you have any input on that letter, and then it would more than likely go to Chris for consideration, just to make sure. But we intend to send out letters to the same addresses that Breeze Line has, just so that we eliminate the amount of people that think it's junk mail and throw the letter away from Breeze Line. Hopefully, they won't throw the letter away from Caroline County, but that's our hopes.
A lot of people are still looking for sure. And we're ready for a motion. I do want to say one thing, David, is 23, we got the second grant. 21, we got the first grant. In 2020, I need to thank Valerie Gordon, who went door to door, created a petition and got all these names and applied for a grant, and we didn't get it. But the second time we did. So I just wanted to make sure that we understood that this is successful basically due to some of the citizens helping us to get started. And in that note, I'll make a motion to approve the 6-month extension request to DHCD.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
David, quick question.
Yes.
What, somebody asked me if they were going to get 2G, 3G. Do you know what rate they're
Not a
putting on?
G.
Well, whatever it
Yeah.
is, whatever.
I talked to the
And-
same person.
You did.
And I've talked to the same person
Okay.
twice.
Can we get them
But
an answer?
There's
'Cause I
some
don't know.
confusion. It's Breeze Line is offering 1.5 gigs up and
Gigahertz.
1.5 gigs down, and they may even be offering a 2.5 gigs up and 2.5 gigs down. Now, the
2G.
citizen that I talked to obviously didn't understand why in Fredericksburg they have a wireless service that gives them 5G. Well, that's completely different. The 1.5 gig or even a 1 gig or 1G connection over fiber is probably 3 to 4 times faster than a 5G wireless connection. So there's no comparison. When you hear 1G, people think slow, but no, 1G is roughly the same speed that we operate the entire county on, so county
What they've
government.
drilled
So 1G is fast, very fast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I was wondering about that.
All right, next up, we have discussion of proposed VDOT 6-year improvement program.
This is just
Yeah, we have a lot of them. Mr. Hughes, would you like us to make a motion?
Well, I would like for us to at least be able to have a brief discussion. So this is authorization to hold a public hearing next month on the secondary 6-year plan. And I have with me tonight, Mr. Juan Young, Mr. Juan Young is with me tonight, who is the chair of the Caroline County Transportation Committee. And so I will let him address the board. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and board members. I'm J.D. Young I'm the chair of the Caroline County Transportation Committee, as well as the representative for the Reedy Church Planning Commission. Transportation Committee has had several discussions on the SSYP, which stands for the Secondary 6-Year Plan. We've talked about the unpaved roads in Caroline County and how they best utilize the limited funding that's available in Caroline via the tele fees and the district grant unpaved road funds. Caroline has approximately 20 unpaved roads. And unfortunately, only one of these 20 meets that eligibility criteria. And it has a scope of feasibility using several years of the SSYP funding. Jeter Road has a 0.30 mile segment of unpaved road. The total cost for that project would be $135,000, utilizing $588,000 from the funds from last year, $89,444,000 of the 2027 allocation, and $39,668 of the 2028 allocation, which is a total of $135,000. The committee is recommending the board favorably consider adopting the SSYP as presented after the public hearing in which Mr. Hughes has mentioned, this public hearing for next month. The committee is also recommending that the board adopt the resolutions of support for this second transportation related, that's on your agenda tonight for the Round 7 smart scale applications for improvements of Route 1 and 207, as well as Lady Smith Road, the interchange at exit 110. The Route 1 207 application scored extremely well in Round 6 and should be a strong application in Round 7 this year. The Lady Smith Road application is part of a phased improvement plan for the interchange. And Mr. Hughes can provide more in detail, when the resolution comes before the agenda. This completes what I have to say, but are there any questions from the board? Okay. Again, thank you all for your time this afternoon.
Thank you very much for
Thank you.
sticking it out with us tonight. All right, I guess we need a vote to send it to public hearing? All right, I'll entertain a motion and a
I
second.
so move, Mr. Chair.
All right, we have a motion. We have
Second.
and a second to move this to public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Mr. Black, you want to make a motion on number 8?
Yeah, thank you. I'll go ahead and make the motion for the resolution to support the VDOT Smart Scale application.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to, what are we doing with these? Are we?
We got to pick one, Mr. Hughes. Is that the problem?
No. I was just gonna say for the benefit of the public, I do have slides of what those projects will be, just so that you'll understand exactly what you guys are voting on.
Yeah, that can be part of discussion.
Good idea.
All right, can we see them?
Hey.
Wait, that's the VDOT people in the back, right?
That's our environmental planner. Oh, right. So we'll start with the, Dave, can you go to the map, the image first? The prior, well, we can start with this one. So this is a look at the Lady Smith Road, exit 110 interchange, which is the subject of a STAR study that is going on right now.
2033.
So they've changed, here we go. So this is the proposed interim solution that would occur and is the subject of the smart scale application for round 7. And what you may not be able to see real clear on, the slide that's up there are the necessary proposed improvements. But in brief, it proposes to put a signal at the Green Road intersection with 639. That is to allow to control traffic that is making the southbound movement onto Route 95. It also proposes to put a signal for the southbound off-ramp at exit 110, and then also extending the right lane on Lady Smith Road so that the traffic coming off of the exit has a free-flowing movement going west on Lady Smith Road. And so those are the improvements on that side. And then when you move to, and the other thing that's important, as you move across the bridge, this interim solution does not do anything to the bridge, but as you move across the bridge, there'd be a signal there as well as a relocation of the ramps so that you could create a signalized intersection there to help with the flow. And then also some improvements down at the intersection of Bull Church and Route 639, some signage and some pavement markings there to help traffic move to that intersection. So that's the interim proposal for the smart scale there. And then Dave, the next slide for this. So I think that's the same slide. No. So this one is the proposal at Route 207 and Route 1. This application was included in round 6 of Smart Scale. And like I said, it scored very well. It probably would have been funded had it not been for an extremely large project in Spotsylvania that consumed all the funds that were available in this category. They had a $26 million project. This is like a $9 million project, but all the funds were consumed. This project is going to be helped immensely by the commitment from an applicant in a prior rezoning case. So in the last round, we didn't have a dedication to right-of-way at the intersection of Route 1 and 207. Now the right-of-way has been dedicated in that area to along here. Although this right-of-way has been dedicated, and then this right-of-way has been dedicated, which will help reduce the cost of the project, as well as a commitment to construct this turn lane right here by the applicant. So there will be a considerable cost savings as a result of future development. The other thing reason that is important is because the applicant's proffers in that case committed that they had to provide us a prepared plat ready for recordation within, I think it was 120 days after approval of the rezoning case, which ensures that this right-of-way will be available to be counted towards the cost savings for the project. So extremely important. And then that pedestrian path extends down 207. Also has improvements here at the intersection, Route 1 and 207, some pedestrian accommodations to get around the intersection to serve the development here and potential future development. And Dave, there's a next slide which goes to the Welcome Way interchange. I think this is number 1 of 2. No. There's another image that shows the intersection of Welcome Way. This is just a cost estimate. And if you want to scroll down to the bottom, since we're here, I just show you this is like a $9 million project when it's all said and done. And keep in mind, these projects have been submitted without any leverage funding. And so as in round 6 of Smart Scale, our projects were submitted without any leverage funding and were fully funded by VDOT. So that's a good thing. The county is not, putting any money into the process. I will say that leverage funding is always helpful, but we have good projects right now, so hopefully they will continue to fare well.
Mr. Hughes, the sidewalk and pathway that you highlighted on the other one, does that extend up to where Golden Corral is?
It does. And that was the second
Across
slide.
95? Or across...
No. It stops at Welcome Way, which is where the post office is and the Waffle House.
Okay, so it doesn't go back that, okay.
No, it stops there and comes south over to the Flying J.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So we have future studies coming that will show pedestrian improvements continuing across 95 and on up to Route to Glen Road and possibly up to Enterprise Drive.
You mentioned that before. I remember that discussion. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is the first step in preparing the rest of that corridor for improvement. So I don't think he has other slide, but I just wanted the public to be aware of what the future projects will be. And the ultimate build out at the exit 110 project is a choice between a divergent diamond improvement or a tight diamond improvement. And, when the time comes, the county will have the option to select one of those two. My recommendation would be to go for the divergent diamond because I think it provides the greater long-term benefit. And we're looking out at a 2055 horizon year on that. It's pretty far out there, but I think if you look at the traffic needs that we'll have at that time, that's the improvement that will provide the most long-term benefit to the county. Now, I say that, these projects can certainly be accelerated as funds become available. So if we get money to do them or contributions to help do them, then we can accelerate that process. So, thank you.
Just a quick question
Mr.
before.
Forehand.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
go ahead, Mr. Black, you were first.
Black.
As we discussed yesterday at the little hearing that they had with BDOT, which I really appreciate, by the way, would there be any way to possibly talk as a short-term solution? I mean, I know bigger thing is that traffic light right there with some sort of block. I mean, I don't know what the cost would be for that, but when you're coming from 95, you're going from Fredericksburg, you're coming south towards Ladysmith. People complain about that all the time, that intersection right there. As far as, I mean, there's a yield there, but it just seems very dangerous, and the site is pretty bad. Is that even a possibility, or?
Yeah, it is something that we can talk with the district traffic engineer about an interim and a pre-interim solution of possibly trying to put in a signal there. But that is a accident hotspot as identified by the STAR study.
Yeah, and I mean, and the STAR study is not like, if you look at this as 2033, right? Is what we're looking at. Like, I mean, come on, we're talking, I mean, we're talking 7 years out, and so we have to go through 7 years of accidents before we fix this. So I would really think that would just be like a interim solution, like we did with the interim solution on Page Road. We have the flashing lights until that VDOT did that for us. It'd be really nice if they could do that. So thank you.
Ms. Long?
Yeah, speaking of Page Road and Route, what, that was 2 years ago? Do you know when that realignment's gonna get going? Any
So,
idea?
The money won't be available for another 5 years, and so.
Okay, thank you.
That is the treachery of the smart scale process. So, our other alternative, and I know you don't want to hear this, but it's about money, and that is for the county to participate in the revenue sharing process. And the revenue sharing is an opportunity for the county to leverage its funding. For the dollars that we put up, VDOT will match those dollars, but of course that requires a county match. The trade-off here is with smart scale, our projects so far have been awarded without any leverage funding, but it comes with the time delay of that 7-year process. So,
All right. Well, thank you very much. I guess, Mr. Black, do we?
To move forward.
All right, we have a motion. We need a second. I don't remember.
Second?
All right, it's Mr. Seeley's second, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, item number 8 carries. Next, we have a request for a zoning ordinance text amendment regarding thrift stores.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. So this is the first of 2 items tonight that involve a petition for a text amendment to the zoning ordinance. Periodically, the county receives inquiries to operate or establish a use that is not enumerated or identified in the zoning ordinance. Article 19 of the zoning ordinance states that if in any district established under this ordinance, a use is not specifically a listed use, then that particular use is not permitted within the respective zoning district. Article 19 also contains a provision that allows a property owner to petition the Board of Supervisors to add a requested use to the zoning ordinance by submitting an application and narrative to the zoning administrator, who shall then refer the application to the Planning Commission, which shall make its recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. So the first petition comes from the property owner's representative, Axis Land Survey. The property owner desires to operate a thrift store on property that is currently zoned RP, which is rural preservation. The subject property is located along Route 1 within the Port Royal district and contains a vacant building that was once occupied by a commercial use that existed before Caroline County adopted zoning. The use became nonconforming upon the property becoming zoned RP. And as a result of the use being discontinued for a period longer than 2 years, the nonconforming status of the property is no longer applicable. When amending the use provisions of a zoning district, consideration should be given to how the request will impact the entire zoning district throughout the entire county, and not just a specific parcel. Typically, a use such as a thrift store locating within the B1 business district would be classified as retail stores, which are enumerated and permitted by right in the B1 district. However, retail stores and shops are not permitted within the RP district, neither as a principal use nor as a special exception use. So the purpose of this process tonight is to gauge the board's interest in whether the county would like to move forward with the requested text amendment. This item is not a public hearing, and the draft regulations in the petition that is included in your packet has been provided for consideration and discussion by the county and is not for formal adoption tonight. Should the board consent to move forward, a text amendment will need to be formalized and advertised for public hearings with the Planning Commission and the board. So just some brief information about the petition. The owner's petition offers a definition of thrift store and proposes to enumerate this use within the RP district as a special exception use. The petition also includes some draft development standards that address issues such as 1, building materials, 2, fencing, 3, a side entrance required from a VDOT road, 4, prohibition on outdoor auctions, and 5, no storage of inoperable vehicles outside an enclosed building, and lastly, 6, a prohibition on shipping containers, truck bodies, trailers, mobile homes, or other similar structures being on the site. You may have seen some references to antique shop and general store in the owner's petition. That is a result of some initial discussions that occurred with the owner that explored these use classifications, which are currently enumerated in the RP district as special exception uses. However, the thrift store use that's proposed by the owner does not meet either of these definitions. Something else that's worth noting is that the definition of retail stores and shops in Article 2 of the zoning ordinance lists some examples of what constitutes as a retail store. The definition defines this use as a building and the associated land area used primarily for sale of merchandise at retail for consumption by the immediate purchaser or for the rendering of personal services. That is the definition in our ordinance. The definition then goes on to state that the use includes, but is not limited to, examples such as barber shop, beauty parlor, drug store, food store. There are others that I won't read all at this time, but we would like to point out that the definition specifically lists, as an example, antique and gift shop. If you were to review the special exception uses in the RP zoning district, you would find that retail stores is not enumerated, but antique shop is enumerated, which suggests that while the retail store's classification is not in its entirety, may not be appropriate or compatible throughout the RP district, certain types of retail stores, and more specifically an antique shop, may be appropriate subject to issuance of a special exception permit. So the owner has submitted a petition that proposes to treat thrift stores in the same manner. So to conclude, the board should give consideration to impacts of the requested amendment on the entire RP zoning district throughout the county. If the zoning ordinance is not amended to allow the requested use as a special exception, then a rezoning of the property to B1 would be required, which could also have implications. Also, the county may want to consider as part of amendment if the requested use should be limited to only the RP district, or if it could also be permitted in other zoning districts, whether by right or by special exception. And a planning commission recommendation is a part of this process. And just so you know, the planning commission did review this request at their meeting on March the 26th. The planning commission did not recommend adding the request use to the RP district, but they did find it suitable to be considered in other zoning districts such as B1. So this concludes staff's presentation. I am happy to answer questions you might have at this time.
Board have any questions?
Yeah, I have one. So this would be a permanent change. It's not a special exception that just goes with this person as long as they are running a antique store or thrift store there.
This change would amend the provisions of the entire RP zoning district so that this particular use could also be allowed on other parcels in the county that requested a special exception permit.
All right, thank you.
I think the question I heard was that somebody could apply and it would only apply to them as a special exception. So if we gave a special exception to this organization, if they left, the special exception would go with them. It wouldn't stay on the property.
That's a condition that has been imposed on special exception request here.
Correct. So we could do the same thing here. If they no longer own or operate, then that special exception goes away. The next owner would have to reapply and come to the board and go, this is what we want to continue doing. And it would be up to the board whether they were happy with what was there or not.
That's correct, but that would be, the special exception process would come into play after the ordinance is amended to allow this as a special exception use in the RP district.
I wanted to wholesale them.
Well, no, that's why I think the special exception, because and you can always have a complaint, and by complaint, you can pull the special exception.
Right,
I don't have a problem with a special exception for this because we've got control. It's no control. The B1 zoning for some of this may be a real nightmare. I'd just soon it be a special exception.
And I agree. Although I want to support this project because I think it is a charity-based project. I don't want thrift shops all over rural preservation or our county. I want it to be where it's supposed to be, which really should be in B1. But I realize that there's no availability there, and this is more of a charity type of and therapy type of group that's looking at this piece of property. If we can keep it contained to that one building as a special exception, then I would consider it. If we can't do that, then I don't know if I can support it.
But enumeration of this use as a special exception in the RP district would allow other sites in the county to be able to request a special exception permit. So it wouldn't be, this amendment would not be specific to just this one site.
And each special exception is evaluated on its own merits.
Right.
So one may be good and one may not be good. And that's the benefit of a special exception. So you can do it and then say this one's too close to something else. I'm not going to do it.
I think by special exception gives us a good control over where anything goes. And if they leave, it leaves with, it's gone and property reverts back. I don't have a problem with special exception.
Yeah, I could live with the special exception, but
Can I ask one more question?
not by right ever.
Yeah, there's a section in here under temporary uses that says for a permit not to exceed so many years. And not that that particularly permits to this situation, but I was curious as to what situation that time, top of page 4.3, that would apply to, and who would be the one to keep an eye on that? I thought that was very interesting. So why I had you up here, I was going to ask you. It has to do with manufactured homes, and I didn't think manufactured homes were temporary.
So this is an enumeration of a permitted accessory use in the RP district. Temporary uses, I would have to go to my zoning ordinance to see how that's defined.
Well, Brett, I don't have to take time tonight, but if you could call me tomorrow and explain to me what that section is about.
Okay, I would be glad to
appreciate
do
it.
that.
Thank you.
Okay.
And this is something we want to move forward to public hearing?
I don't have a problem moving it forward.
All right, I'll entertain a motion in a second.
Sorry, I just want to get one clarification because there's a lot of different things discussed in the staff report. The direction is to limit this to thrift stores, because we were talking about, in the B1 district, this would be categorized as a retail store, but that's a much broader definition. And if you were to authorize retail stores in the RP district, that's a lot of different types of uses in a broad swath of the county. Are you talking about retail stores or just the specific thrift store request? Because if it was the latter, we would need to write a definition for thrift store and then add it as a use in the RP district.
I understood it just as thrift store because
Okay,
I don't want to see stores
That's
everywhere.
what I thought. I just wanted
And
to
to this
clarify.
one particular entity, correct?
Well, so
Because
what
it's a special exception.
This is, that's stage 2.
Okay.
Stage 1 is rewriting the law to create a thrift store use, and then authorize that use by special exception in the RP district. And if that law was passed via a text amendment, this owner and any other property owner in the RP district could come apply for that special exception for thrift store. But we have to do that first step first, and then they can apply. Because right now there's nothing to apply for.
Okay, and you'll put regulations on the definition and stuff for a thrift shop. All right. You bring that to us and we will take it from there.
We have to give them permission to move forward, so we have to make a motion to create a text amendment.
Right. Then I'll move that we move forward with working on a text amendment for thrift shops in rural preservation district by special exception.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and second to move this forward. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, we've already approved it, though.
Already approved it, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, you said, in the rural preservation district. So if a person wants a thrift store in a B1, can they apply for a special exception?
I can answer that. Currently, if someone's located into the B1 district, it's just classified as a retail store, and that's already
Okay.
enumerated.
Okay, thank you.
All right, item number 10.
This one was-
Also the same type of situation except for manufactured home sales.
Correct. All right, so this is the second petition received by our office requesting a text amendment to the zoning ordinance. And as was noted, Article 19 contains a provision that allows a property owner to petition the board to add a requested use to the zoning ordinance. This item involves a use for the retail display and sales of manufactured and modular homes, which I'm currently referring to or using the terminology of manufactured home sales. This term could change if a text amendment moves forward. This petition has been submitted by Patriot Homes requesting a use be added to the B1 district, which is the business district. When amending the use provisions, as we've mentioned, consideration should be given to how the request impacts the entire zoning district throughout the county. Before your knowledge and information, the property that is the subject of this petition is located along Route 1 within the Mattapanai voting district. So staff initially reviewed the office classification for this use. However, we must note with that classification, by definition, an office cannot involve any storage, sale, or delivery of any materials, goods, or products. The proposed use would involve each of these activities because display units are rotated periodically, which requires ongoing delivery to the site. So for this reason, the office classification is not suitable. As with the previous item, the purpose of this process is to gauge the board's interest in whether we would like to amend the zoning ordinance to allow the requested use. The petition from Patriot Homes provided in your packet proposes to enumerate a use titled New Manufactured and Modular Homes Display, Sales, and Service with Small Parts Storage Under Roof in the B1 district as a use permitted by right. Staff would concur with enumerating this type of use by right if the use is subject to development standards in the ordinance. The standards are not available at this time, but would be developed through a text amendment if this request moves forward. Staff would also like to note that if this type of use were to locate to Caroline County, based on some of the research we've done to this point, we would envision the use being developed in a neighborhood style with pedestrian accommodations for customers. I'm going to show a couple of slides quickly that should illustrate what this might entail. I pulled a couple of images showing the street view of sites that Clayton Homes and Oakwood Homes have in the region. So this first slide shows the Clayton Homes location in Ashland, which is along Route 1. The next slide shows the site of Oakwood Homes, which is also in Ashland along Route 1. As you can see from the slides, the requested use involves a sales office with customer parking and several model homes adjacent to the sales office. This slide shows the site of Clayton Homes in Tappahannock, Virginia. This site is across from the Lowe's on Tidewater Trail, where Route 360 and 17 merge together, and if you happen to be familiar with that area. This is the Clayton Homes site in Chester, Virginia, which is in Chesterfield County. This site is also along Route 1. And lastly, this is the Clayton Homes site in Spotsylvania County. This site is also on Route 1 near Massaponax Church Road, if you are familiar with that area. This is the site that staff is most fond of from an appearance standpoint. As you see in the street view, the display units are arranged around the main entrance, and there are sidewalks along the street that provide pedestrian accommodations. Now, this slide included this, and it's provided just to demonstrate the scale of the Spotsylvania location and the acreage that could be associated with this type of use. The acreage shown on the screen is an estimated measurement from the GIS. The size of a parcel could determine the amount of display that would be available, and this may be something the county will want to think about and address in development standards if this request moves forward. I'll also note that the site Patriot Homes is interested in here in Caroline is just over 3 acres, and they do not propose to have the amount of display as shown at the Spotsylvania location. Per my understanding, they're only proposing to have 2 or 3 model units at the Caroline site. So to conclude staff comments, consideration should be given to the impact of the requested use on the entire B1 district, which is generally located within our primary growth areas and along roadways that are designated with the Highway Corridor Overlay District, which is abbreviated as HCOD. The county may also want to give thought to if the requested use should be narrowly defined only to manufactured homes, or if a broader use classification that allows for other similar type uses should be permitted. To illustrate what this would look like, I pulled these definitions on the screen from 2 other localities. So when I make reference to the use being narrowly defined, you'll see Fluvanna has a specific use classification that they identify as manufactured home sales, with a very straightforward definition that defines it as establishments primarily engaged in the display, retail sale, rental, and repair of new and used manufactured homes, modular homes, parts, and equipment. Whereas Spotsylvania has a broader use classification identified as heavy equipment and specialized vehicle sale, rental, and or service establishment. The definition of this use in Spotsylvania not only captures manufactured homes, but it also speaks to the sale, rental, and servicing of trucks, buses, boats, farm and construction machinery, or equipment. The county would need to determine if something of this nature would be ideal, and I note that a broader use classification, for you all's knowledge, would assist staff in being able to identify other uses the county is approached with occasionally. We also do not have a use classification or definition for some of the other uses that are mentioned there. But if the county wants to be specific and only addressing manufactured homes, then that would be a part of the discussion. And also the county would need to consider if the requested use should be limited to only the B1 district as proposed in the petition, or if it could also be permitted in other zoning districts such as M1, either as a use by right or by special exception. And the Planning Commission did make a recommendation on this item as well. The Planning Commission reviewed this request at their meeting on March the 26th, and they recommended the zoning ordinance be amended to allow the requested use with development standards to be determined for items such as minimum acreage and the amount of display units. Also note that the Planning Commission is supportive of a broader use classification if certain types of activities such as service and repair, if those are either limited or not included. So this concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer questions you might have at this time.
All right, any questions regarding this item? All right, Nancy.
Yeah, because I can't stand the way the ones look in Spotsylvania. I don't, it's a lot to handle right now. Like where are they looking at going? Is this a sales office with just an example? Or is it going to be 50 little sheds and, you know, a couple model homes and a repair shop? I can't get a picture, Brad.
So the site in question here in Caroline is just a little over 3 acres, so it's a much smaller site. And right now they're only anticipating of having a sales office on the site with 2 to 3 display units adjacent to the office. So they aren't planning to have a lot of units or sheds or displayed from the roadway. They have indicated a desire that if this site were to be successful, there would be a desire to maybe expand to a larger site in the future where they'd be able to allow more display and have a larger inventory. But for now, the site is a smaller site with potential for possibly 3 models.
And are they showing people these models and then building on that person's land?
I believe so, yes.
So they'll be moving these big things up and down the road, or do they take them in sections to the property where they're building them at?
I believe they visit the site and are able to look at the model, but then the actual unit has to be ordered and then that is delivered to their site. So I don't believe their actual, So just the models are on the property.
Where exactly on Route 1 is this, Mr. Robinson?
It's across from the entrance to Lake Caroline. It used to be the site of a realty office. But it was trying to limit discussion on a specific site because while that site is in question, also part of this amendment, we've got to give consideration to all B1 zoned areas in the county.
That's that area. That is B1.
That is B1, yes.
It's not directly across from Lake Caroline, but it's in that vicinity.
Correct. So if you were coming out of that development, it would be slightly to the right.
Yes.
If you turn south onto Route 1.
Because there's a house and then there's Airlie, and going the other way is where this is.
Correct.
All right, what are we going to do? Move it forward?
I'm sorry, I
think we can move forward for a text amendment, but as far as adoption. I think that's down the road. I think we need, I need more information, but I mean, if you want to move forward, see what you can put together, I'm okay, but I'm not okay with voting it in as an ordinance right now into B1. I'm not.
Yeah, I almost feel like this has to be
Need
looked at
more
like a,
definition.
yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Underwood, I thought you were finished. I feel like this almost needs to be looked at like a small subdivision as far as its looks go, because there's so many, I mean, that's a nice, you know, we've got people that live right across the road, and traffic we know is going to get worse there. And the idea of big things being pulled in and out of there, I just have some concerns. So yes, let's be educated, but sort of gives you an idea of what I'm looking at, and it's not what I saw in the pictures.
I'm not fond of the heavy equipment and specialized vehicle sales. I mean, if we're going to do something, I want to see it just manufactured home sales, but I'm not sure 3 acres is big enough. I mean, based on.
These are, well, I mean, you've seen them on Route 1.
Yeah.
The houses takes up a 1/4 acre at the most, so they'll probably drop 2 or 3 in that 3 acres. It'll be close and look like a subdivision, which is really what it's going to be. But the reality is, do we want to look at this as a zoning text amendment before we even consider the application?
Well, we have to, I think. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. You know, we might as well look at it.
Looking at a text amendment and decide, and let's explore a text amendment, because we may not be happy one, but I'm not sure. My concern is 3 acres. There are a couple of places where if you did this and it was smaller than that, it would look like.
It would look like it was an overcrowded subdivision.
Correct.
Yeah, and you know, we don't necessarily know what the configuration would be.
Right.
But it could look like a subdivision or a small family subdivision in your case. You know, that's what it would look like.
Right.
And then once a month or whatever, somebody pulls one of those out. I don't know how they do get them out, but
I take it these
guess
don't
they pull them on trailers.
These are just show. They don't, because I read there is no water, no sewer hooked up to them. They are just a model. They're not. They're not a home. I mean, they're not usable. I mean, so, and I think that. Can we look at the size of a site too? Is anybody, I don't know, you did the exploration. Has anybody actually put like, it's gotta be 5 acres or so many 1,000 square feet per, I mean, I'm just looking for, cause I don't want them all jammed in, and I'm not sure yet I'm sold, but I wouldn't mind looking at an ordinance, cause I know that this is coming.
Nobody's really sold, and it may be he finds this particular person or somebody else finds a different location that's more suitable. So I think looking at it is our first step, and that's whether we like it or not, we'll determine, you know, that once we get more details from, you know, Mr. Robinson and planning. So move it ahead is fine with me.
All right, take a motion.
So move.
Have a motion and a second to move this forward with staff. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Mr. Robinson, we give you enough sort of like parameters. I know this is like, you know, picking up Jell-O.
No, your comments are reflective of the planning commission discussion. So they had some of the same concerns, especially regarding acreage and size of the property. So we can conduct more research and see what else we can find.
Okay.
Thank you all.
All right, next item, number 11, Pendleton Water Storage Tank Logo Request and Discussion.
Yeah.
Well, we had a chance to post.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as included in your memo from Mr. Shebley, request from Pendleton, who's bid out their tower that they're required to put in at a certain number of homes. Will be the same thing in Ladysmith Village eventually. And if you do remember, we did allow MC Dean, who built a tower, was getting ready to build a tower, to put their name on one side of it and ours on the other. I don't consider it an unreasonable request. It wouldn't be there if the Pendleton neighborhood wasn't there. But anyway, they'll be building it, building it to our specification, and turn it over to us.
We don't have any input in the orientation. Pendleton's gonna be a front, Caroline's gonna be in the back, Caroline
We
in the
probably
front, from
could
the back.
negotiate something depending on where that is in the neighborhood, where front and back actually, what road you see that from.
Yeah.
Whether you can see it from Route 1 or Ladysmith Road, I'm not sure. That, unfortunately, Joe was under the weather. May be able to answer that. I know that they
I'm sure he would.
designed it and bid it out, but I don't really know
I
exactly
didn't have a
where
problem
it
with
laid in it.
Pendleton and Caroline on the other side.
I mean,
Right.
would you be opposed to Ladysmith, Virginia?
Yes,
And script?
yes, it says Caroline on the other side.
No, like Ladysmith, Virginia on one side and Pendleton on the other.
Yeah, but that's not real.
Yeah, I thought our standard was Caroline and then something else on the other side.
Just asking, I mean,
Okay, I just said no.
okay.
I mean, that's just me.
If it can't be seen, it can't be, I mean,
I don't
kinda-
know whether it can, that's what I can't answer. The only thing I would say about the Ladysmith is not, compared to like Bowling Green or Port Royal, they're actual
incorporated.
government
They don't,
incorporated.
yeah, that's Bowling Green's
Yeah,
tower.
the tower does belong to the county once it's turned over to us. I think that
Yeah. That's the only
having
thing is that's
our
Caroline.
name on it's kind of important as Caroline Public Utilities.
Now, if they want to replace Pendleton with Ladysmith, that's another story.
Correct. Yeah, their side, whatever.
Yeah.
Within
All right.
reason.
Yes.
Or Pendleton at Ladysmith.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could put Pendleton and
Go for that.
Ladysmith on the bottom and put us on the back, whatever. But yeah, I think we should be on there.
Okay.
Just a quick motion to put that in the
We did.
record.
All right, so we have a motion to,
No. I second.
what is the motion?
To give them permission to put
Pendleton on one side?
Pendleton on one side.
Okay.
Caroline.
And
Mhm.
Ms.
If they-
Long, second.
Yes.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Okay. Let's make it pretty.
Oh,
We'll do the best we can.
It'll be pretty as long as it has clean water in it.
I'm gonna bring it up again.
Microphone.
Can I have the second version of the
Second
spreadsheet?
version, David.
The spreadsheet with the fire and rescue and the
Yeah.
school,
He sent it to me, I sent it back to him.
he's got it.
No, I sent it back to him.
Can you pull
I
that up,
added
David,
something
for
and
me?
sent
Oh,
it back.
oh. I don't have that.
What's that? Yeah. I guess I could say for closing board comments, we're gonna do that first. We're going to close session.
Yeah, move in wider. Drag in, get in the top there with in and drag that over to the right. I don't. I've got this. I can't control it.
Stretch, yeah.
Yeah, right there. Stretch that over. Yeah, that's good enough. You can at least read it.
I just, yeah, this is what I wanted to just show is that, we look at what we're spending per pupil for services in schools. And as you see here, our per pupil spending has gone from $8,800 per pupil. Now it's $13,400 per pupil increase over the last 10 years. So to say that we're not investing and we're not putting money into schools, when you see that the additional money that we've overfunded based on the, what is the local match what's required. We've overfunded almost every year except for one or two. I think it's just ludicrous. So, and we've only, like I said, gained 120 students in 10 years, 10 students per year. So we talk about overcrowding within our schools. We have 115 kids in Ladysmith Elementary who are in preschool, but we're renting that space out to Alice's preschool. Why can't our kids go to Ladysmith Elementary? We've got 315 preschool kids in our K-12. We're responsible to fund K-12 schools. I say let's do a good job of funding our K-12 schools first to make sure that we have all of what's needed for our K-12, and then we branch out. What we're doing now, we're not winning, right? So I wanted everyone to take a good look. We're going to build a school when we're in financial shape to build a school. We just talked about not having money this year and next year and probably the next 3 years to even consider. So we're looking at alternatives. That's why we suggested take money out of the general fund to build onto Bowling Green. 4 of us board members sitting here sends children to Bowling Green Elementary. Bowling Green Elementary is a school that's in need of critical reform, and 4 of us have students who go there. They don't have a gym. It's a no-brainer to add this classrooms and a gym to that school. To me, looking across the road at the other side of the county in the Western District, adding on to Madison, giving them a new gym and a new cafeteria and new space. It just makes sense first. And then we can talk about the long-term structure of where we want to go. So I think it just needs a plan, but to say that we're not putting money in, you can't expand the school system and give pay raises and do all the things that they're doing. And I just don't agree with it because it shows that we are putting indeed money into the school system at a very good rate.
Mr. Kelly, do you have something?
No, I just talked to Alan. The blank in 23 is we level funded them, but according to Marshall, we also leveled 21, which if you remember, FY21 was created during COVID. I mean, April and May of the COVID shutdown. So I'm just talking to Alan about where that, because I pulled those numbers from our appropriation resolution to the schools. So that's how I came up with what we gave them, going back, looking at, it's a Word document that y'all adopt. And so I know I had that number. So I've just got to figure out why I had an appropriation resolution for that 350 yet. She said we level funded. So I don't remember whether we cut that after the fact or what we did. That was a very weird year, obviously budget wise, because of COVID, the development of the budget during COVID, holding a public hearing when there was nobody here. If you remember that, it was very, very weird. But anyway, that's one number that
looks like the insurance amount.
Yeah, no, remember that? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What that
might have been level
350
funded, but this ended up getting returned to them.
But yeah, they got it returned.
Probably.
I was chairman then.
Right. No, Mr. Seeley was chairman during that COVID year. Yeah, 2020. FY21 is prepared in 20.
20, right.
So yeah, it was 20 that I'm talking about in actual date for the start of the 21 budget, which
but I'm just saying that to say that we haven't funded the money that's required from local match from this board is not true.
No, we have
funded schools every year.
We did
more than required.
Yeah, more than required. Like I said, definitely in 23 we level funded.
Right.
So we went the same amount was appropriated both years. But,
right. We level funded based on the.
But the state had a big increase that year.
Right.
So we level funded them from the previous year.
Correct.
I definitely remember that. That was just a couple of years ago. What I can't remember is what did we do in
Well, I'm just tired of
calendar,
reading.
calendar year 20, which would be 6 years ago. That's just too far back in my mind to remember.
But we have deficits in other departments that are critical to the operation of the county. And I'm just tired of hearing that we're not giving funds to
Right.
schools and we're not funding schools, and we haven't funded schools. We have funded schools every year. Every year, not, we have missed one.
We fund them. Yeah.
And the cost per pupil of educating a pupil per student has gone up $5,000 in 10 years.
Oh yeah, that's.
Those are my closing comments.
What'd you find?
Mr. Forehand, back to you.
All right, let's closing board comments. We have some closed meetings tonight, but we'll go ahead and do closing board comments after Mr. Cully gives a capital projects update.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, capital projects spreadsheet is in your packet. If you have any questions, we do have the mobile museum, Virginia Mobile Museum. I was thinking that was this week, but that's Gary. That's next week. I get confused. I was off. I thought the sheriff's thing was the week off. My Thursday nights are all mixed up. 23rd at the visitor center, the reception for the Virginia 250 Mobile Museum. On the 25th, it's team cleanup that Public Works runs and have a big event for clean up the roads. Starts at 9 o'clock. Our next regular meeting is the 12th of May. Business appreciation, 6 p.m. at the Barns on the 7th of May. Memorial Day is the 25th, and then we have a meeting following that on the 26th. So that's the things that we have on the calendar. If anybody knows of anything else, let us know or let Pam know.
All right. We have high school graduation. Let's see, like May 19th. Okay. All right. With that, let's close on board comments. Mr. Black.
Yeah, just for the clean up, it would be nice. I know Mr. Underwood, you talk about it all the time. You and I are right on point with this as far as the trash along the county. You had mentioned that we're costing ourselves. It would be nice if we could see some supervisors. I know Sheriff Mosier, I think he plans to have some deputies out there helping clean out that road. So it'd be nice to see supervisors out there with, in your particular district. I know cleaning up trash is not exactly the best or the most fun thing to do, but it shows, that we care about the situation. Also, just really quickly, I forgot to mention this in my opening board comments. I've been going through Aqua Virginia's testimony and rebuttal to various counties. I do want to thank our county attorney for what they put in. But there was a number that struck me when I was looking at it for complaints to Aqua Virginia. According to their numbers, Lake Landor had 23 complaints to Aqua Virginia in 2025. That's a real hard number to believe, considering on Memorial Day weekend, pretty much the whole community was dealing with brown water or discolored water or no water. And it was put out there on numerous sites on how to complain to them. So I don't know where they get their data, but I think that's something that we need to bring up to them, because I have a hard time believing that only 23 complaints went into that. And then, of course, November wasn't as much of their fault because a contractor hit the line, but still they would have had a lot of complaints. So I have a hard time believing that that 23 number is anywhere close to accurate. So thank you. That's it.
All right, Mr. Thomas.
I was just asking if we had another board meeting this month. Are we going to do a budget work session or?
We approved.
Yeah, we set the tax rate. I don't know.
We kind of need some state numbers to do anything, because I mean, we don't even know what we're looking at. That's part of the problem.
Well, that's the thing. I think they're supposed to meet next weekend. I think that's what I heard was next weekend. Next weekend.
That would be 2 weekends, I think. Yeah, oh, wait, well, yeah.
You want to recalculate?
Okay, all right, I'm tired.
It's next weekend still.
Yes, not this week, yes. You're right, in like 10 days.
All right, so sometime.
All right, Mr. Underwood, do you have any closing comments? All right.
To get the audit and the numbers, we can certainly take a look at our budget to make sure that we're in line, but that will give us a truer picture. So I'm all for that, put that on as part of our agenda. So people can see exactly what we're doing with the funds that we're bringing in, that they're paying in, that we all are paying in.
Ms. Long?
No, I think I'm good. Y'all are got me up past my bedtime. We gotta get these
Mr.
things
Sealy?
closed.
And it's early tonight.
I am good, Mr. Chairman.
And I am good as well. So we'll move to closed meeting. So those in the audience, we're going to move to closed meeting. Looking at least 30 minutes if you want to stick around for our adjournment, but that's where we are right now. So
think
Mr.
you're very
Sealy will accept the
optimistic.
motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move this board convene in closed meeting pursuant to the prospective business and legal counsel exceptions under section 2.2-3711.A.5 and A.8 of the Code of Virginia to discuss the potential expansion of an existing business in the Reed Church District and the VEDP grant agreement relating thereto, about which no previous public announcement has been made. Number two, the legal counsel exemption under section 2.2-3711.A.8 of the Code of Virginia to discuss legal issues related to the Caroline County zoning ordinance resulting from bills passed by the 2026 General Assembly. And three, legal and litigation exemptions of section 2.2-3711.A7.8 of the Code of Virginia for updates on the pertaining APA appeal involving the county and DEQ and probable tax collection litigation relating to the property in Port Royal District where such consultation and open meeting would adversely affect the litigation posture of the county. And number four, the real estate exemption of section 2.2-3711.A.3 of the Code of Virginia, discussion with county staff regarding the potential acquisition of real estate by the county in the Bowling Green area for expansion of the county facilities.
All right, we have a motion. We have to get a second.
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Underwood. And all those in favor of moving to closed session, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're now in closed session.
Thank you, everyone.
None of you. We are coming out of closed meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certifies that to the best of each board member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters that were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
All right, we have a motion. Do we get a second for that?
Second.
All right, all those in favor coming out of closed session, say aye.
Aye.
All right, and we need a certification that only these matters were discussed. Mr. Black? you
I so certify.
Okay, Mr. Thomas?
I so certify.
I so certify. Mr.
I so
Seeley?
certify.
I so
Paul?
certify.
Mr. Underwood? All right, we are officially out of closed session. We have one order of business.
Oh, darn.
And Nancy, did you want to handle that?
Chris.
Yeah, we're just looking for a motion to direct the county attorney's office to proceed with the tax collection lawsuit that we discussed in closed session.
I move that we direct the attorney to proceed with the tax collection as discussed in closed session.
All right, we have a motion. We have get a second.
Second.
All right, Mr. Seeley seconds. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion has passed, and I will definitely entertain a motion. to
So
adjourn.
moved.
We have a motion, a second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are adjourned.
Have a good day.